Welcome back to Background Historian. Tonight we begin a gentle journey across the spiritual landscapes of ancient Europe, exploring the many forms of pagan belief that once shaped the rhythms of daily life. From the sacred groves of the Celts to the thunder-filled skies of the Norse, from Slavic forests to Greek temples, from Baltic fire rites to Roman household gods, we will move slowly and calmly through a world where nature, story, and community were woven into one continuous thread of meaning. This series traces how these traditions flourished for centuries, how they guided festivals, rituals, and relationships, and how they gradually softened into folklore as Christianity spread across the continent. Settle in, let your breathing slow, and allow the quiet memory of Europe's ancient past to guide you toward rest. Part 1. Dawn of Belief, the First Europeans and Their Sacred World. The earliest morning of human history in Europe did not begin with writing, monuments, or named gods. It began quietly, long before memory could be recorded, when people watched the world and felt that something greater lived within it. Before temples, before altars, before priests or sacred texts, there existed a more ancient kind of religion. An instinctive sense that the land breathed, that the sky listened, and that unseen forces shaped the fragile rhythms of life. This first chapter invites you into that world. It is not the world of familiar gods like Zeus or Odin, but the shadowed, older world beneath them. A world of stone and wind, fire and water. A world where early Europeans understood themselves as part of a vast, intelligent landscape. We move gently now into that deep time, letting the pace of the past calm the mind and prepare it for rest. The land before names. Imagine Europe 12,000 years ago, at the end of the last ice age. Glacier receded, revealing valleys that had been hidden under ice for millennia. Rivers carved new paths through soft earth. Forests took root, pine at first, then birch, then oak, until the continent became a mosaic of green. Groups of hunter-gatherers followed herds through these new landscapes. They were not separate from their environment, they were woven into it. Their lives depended on understanding the movements of animals, the habits of seasons, and the subtle signs of weather. The world felt alive to them because it was their lifeline. Before gods had faces or names, there was a sense of presence everywhere. The earth hummed with meaning. Mountains stood like sentinels, rivers moved like living creatures. Fire gave warmth and light, but also mystery. In this early world, the boundary between the physical and the spiritual was soft, permeable. Everything had spirit. Everything had intention. Scholars call this early worldview animism, the belief that all things, stones, trees, rivers, animals, possess a life force or consciousness. But to the people themselves, it was not a belief, it was simply reality. The first sacred spaces. Long before anyone built a shrine, early people learned to sense which places were special. A quiet grove of oaks might feel warmer, or more resonant. A cave might carry echoes that sounded like voices. A high ridge might offer a view so wide that it seemed a doorway between worlds. These places became the earliest sanctuaries. Not built, but recognized. The sacredness came from nature itself, not from human shaping. Archaeologists have found evidence that certain caves in Europe were used for ritual thousands of years before written religion. Paintings of animals, bison, horses, stags, cover cave walls in France and Spain. These were not decorations, they were prayers, hopes, and invocations. The people who painted them believed that portraying the animal with respect might influence the success of future hunts. They may have believed that the cave itself was a womb of the earth, a place where the boundary between human and spirit thinned. When early Europeans entered these spaces, they stepped into a quieter world, a world echoing with dripping water, faint torchlight, and the presence of unseen forces. Even today, standing in those caves, one feels something ancient. Something that does not quite vanish with time. The first gods were not persons. Later pagan religions would describe gods with personalities, stories, and relationships. But in the earliest European religions, the divine was not personified. It was more like weather, felt, not seen. Like wind moving through tall grass. The idea of a sun god came much later. In early times, the sun itself was sacred, not because it was a god but because it was a force whose warmth and cycles gave life. The moon, especially in its shifting phases, was a timekeeper. Its waxing and waning guided hunting expeditions, migrations, births, and burial rites. Thunder was not yet the hammer of Thor or the voice of Zeus, it was simply the raw power of the sky. A storm could be frightening, but also awe-inspiring. Lightning striking a tree might leave people trembling, sensing that something enormous had touched the world. These early spiritual feelings had no organized hierarchy. There were no temples or sanctuaries, no priesthood or written doctrine. There was only experience, the way one felt standing under a star-filled sky, or at the edge of a roaring waterfall, or in the silence of a vast forest. Religion in this era was not separate from life. It was woven into every act. Burial and the mystery of death. One of the clearest signs of early spiritual life is found in the way prehistoric Europeans cared for their dead. The oldest burials show attention, tenderness, and belief in something beyond the physical world. Bodies were placed in fetal position, as though returning to a cosmic womb. They were covered in red ochre, the color resembling blood or sunrise, symbolizing life force or rebirth. Tools, weapons, beads, animal bones, and flowers were often placed beside them, as if to accompany the person on a journey. All of this suggests that early Europeans believed death was not an ending but a transition. The dead traveled somewhere. Perhaps to an underworld, perhaps to the realm of ancestors, perhaps to the spirit world from which all things came. Burial mounds, which appear later but still long before recorded history, show that communities gathered to honor the dead. These mounds became landmarks, sacred spaces linking present generations to past ones. Through burial, early paganism expressed something deeply human, fear softened by hope. Shamans and the first mediators. Although prehistoric Europe did not have formal priests, it did have spiritual specialists, people who held knowledge of herbs, rituals, dream interpretation, and healing. Archaeologists call them shamans, though the term is borrowed from Siberian cultures that have better documentation. These individuals may have worn animal skins, masks, or feathers during rituals. They likely used rhythmic drumming, chanting, or fasting to enter altered states of consciousness. In those states, they believed they communicated with the spirits of animals, ancestors, or landscape forces. Shamans were neither rulers nor warriors. They held a subtler kind of power, the power to calm fear, to treat illness, to guide the community through difficult seasons. They were respected not for authority but for insight, for their ability to see patterns in the unseen. People sought them when a hunt failed, when crops suffered, when a child fell ill, or when dreams troubled sleep. They served as interpreters of the invisible world. The role of animals in early belief. Animals were not symbols, they were teachers. Early Europeans believed animals possessed wisdom humans needed to survive. The wolf showed endurance and cooperation. The bear demonstrated strength and wintering. The deer embodied grace and intuition. Hunting rituals often involved speaking to the animal spirit before or after the kill, apologizing, or offering thanks. Hunters believed the act of taking life required balance. One must honor the animal so that its spirit would return, so that the world would remain harmonious. Some animals, like aurochs, mammoths, and cave lions, inspired both fear and reverence. Before humans hunted or depicted them, they imagined these animals as guardians or guides. Over time, these associations became the seeds of later mythologies. The wolf who guides, the boar who protects, the bull who fertilizes the earth. These ideas echo through Celtic, Germanic, and Slavic paganism. The earliest beliefs never vanished, they simply shifted into new forms. Fire as teacher and companion. Fire was at the center of early spiritual life. It gave warmth, protection, and the ability to transform raw food into nourishment. Firelight extended the day, illuminated caves, and created community gatherings. But fire was also unpredictable, dangerous, and powerful. Sitting around a fire, prehistoric Europeans told stories and sang. They watched embers fall and rise, imagining the sparks ascending to the sky to join the stars. The hearth became a spiritual focal point, a place where the living and the ancestral world overlapped. Fire ceremonies marked moments of transition, solstices, hunts, births, deaths. Flames were seen as a living presence, consuming, purifying, and renewing. Even thousands of years later, in Celtic Beltane fires and Germanic Yule logs, one can still see the echo of this first sacred flame. Ritual without writing. Because early Europe had no written languages to record religion, rituals depended entirely on memory. Repetition was the backbone of belief. People repeated chants, dances, and stories until they became part of the cultural body. A child might learn a ritual simply by watching their parents or grandparents perform it. Leaving offerings in a stream, touching a tree before entering a forest, whispering a phrase to the wind before a journey. Over time, these small acts accumulated into a spiritual system without formal structure, yet profoundly consistent. Modern people sometimes imagine prehistoric religion as chaotic or primitive, but in truth it was layered, cohesive, and enduring. It needed no temple or scripture to legitimize it. It lived because it mattered. The harmony of community and land. In early European paganism, no concept existed of mastering the land. The relationship was one of mutual respect. People took from the earth but also gave back, returning bones to soil, planting seeds, leaving offerings of flowers, stones, or carved figurines. Seasonal rituals reflected this harmony. When spring arrived, people sang or danced to welcome the earth's awakening. When autumn came, they thanked the land with feasts. Storms, droughts, and floods were understood not as punishments, but as signs that balance needed to be restored. Communities thrived through cooperation. Sharing food, tools, and knowledge strengthened group survival, and thus generosity became a sacred virtue. Hoarding or selfishness was morally dangerous, believed to disrupt cosmic balance. In this worldview, every individual was part of something larger, an unbroken web connecting humans, animals, ancestors, and the land. The seeds of future pantheons. Over many thousands of years, early animistic beliefs slowly evolved. As communities grew and societies became more complex, spirits of natural forces gradually took on personalities. The sun, moon, rivers, and storms became associated with specific traits. Storytellers gave them names, faces, and relationships. From these early seeds eventually emerged the gods of the Celts, Germans, Greeks, Romans, Slavs, and Balts. But the foundation remained the same. Respect for nature, reverence for ancestors, and the belief that the world was alive. Even when later Europeans carved statues of deities or built temples, they inherited the intuition of earlier people who had stood in silent awe before a mountain or a grove of ancient trees. Paganism, in all its later forms, owed its soul to these primordial roots. The earliest spiritual legacy. As we close this first part, imagine again the dawn of Europe's religious life. Picture a small group of people gathered at the mouth of a cave, watching sunrise. The air is cold, the world is quiet. They speak no known language, yet they understand one another through gesture and presence. One person lights a small fire. Another hums a melody, simple, repetitive, calming. A third arranges stones in a circle. They are not creating a religion, they are expressing gratitude for survival, for warmth, for another day of breath. This is where European paganism began. Not with myths or gods, but with human beings learning to dwell meaningfully within the world. Learning to honor what sustained them. Learning to listen to wind, water, and silence. The legacy of that ancient reverence flows into all the pagan traditions that would later flourish across Europe. And many of those traditions still echo in modern life, in festivals, in folklore, in the instinctive awe people feel when standing before vast landscapes. As sleep gathers around you, imagine that ancient dawn, the cool air, the quiet breath of the earth, the first flames rising toward the sky. Feel yourself settling into that rhythm, part of a lineage stretching back tens of thousands of years, connected through awe, gratitude, and the universal human longing to understand the unseen. Part 2. The forest religions of the North. The forests of northern Europe were once so vast and deep that a person could walk for days without seeing the sky. Pines towered like pillars. Moss softened the ground into a thick green carpet. Fog often drifted between the trunks at dawn, giving the woods a muted glow that made the world feel both present and distant at the same time. To the early Germanic and Scandinavian peoples, this forested world was not background, it was sacred space. It breathed with them, sheltered them, and taught them how to live. This chapter returns us to a time long before Viking stories, long before legends were written in runes, long before Christianity reshaped the northern world. It guides us gently into a spiritual landscape shaped by trees, stones, wind, and memory. A place where the divine was not a distant, separate force, but part of the ground beneath one's feet. In this quiet world, belief grew like the forest itself. Organic, rooted, and resilient. Settle in, breathe deeply, and let yourself wander into the slow, ancient stillness of the northern woods. A world defined by trees. For early northern Europeans, the forest was everything. It provided shelter for the animals they hunted and later the livestock they herded. It supplied wood for fires, tools, and homes. It offered berries, nuts, mushrooms, and herbs. It shielded villages from storms and harsh winds. But beyond practical needs, the forest offered something deeper, a sense of presence. Trees seemed alive in more than the physical sense. Their branches creaked in wind like voices murmuring. Their roots pierced deep into unseen realms. Their annual cycle, seedling, growth, shedding, dormancy, mirrored human life. People absorbed these rhythms instinctively. From this intimacy emerged the idea that trees held spirit, memory, and wisdom. Some trees were ordinary. Others were powerful enough to inspire reverence. A particularly old oak or ash might be considered a guardian, a witness to centuries of human joy and sorrow. Communities gathered beneath such trees for council meetings, marriages, seasonal festivals, and oaths. They believed the tree listened, and in its listening, stabilized the promises made beneath its branches. The forest did not simply surround life, it shaped spirituality itself. The sacred groves, the hoggar, and the unbuilt temples. In the forest religions of early northern Europe, the most sacred places were not buildings. They were groves, clearings, springs, and hillsides. Nature itself served as altar and sanctuary. Archaeological evidence and early Roman accounts describe sacred groves, known in parts of the Germanic world as hoggar, places where offerings were left on stone piles or natural altars. These groves were neither owned nor altered. People entered them with humility, as one would approach a great elder. Rituals took place in the open. Food placed at the roots of an ancient tree. Mead poured onto the ground. Small wooden or stone figurines left near streams. Torches extinguished in quiet circles. Vows spoken softly to wind or water. There was no need to shape the environment into a human image of holiness. The divine already existed in the world exactly as it was, in the rustling leaves, the movement of distant animals, the scent of pine resin warming under sun. Even later, when Germanic and Norse communities built temples, these structures imitated groves, wooden pillars, carved beams, and open spaces inside. But in the earliest times, the forest itself was enough. The trees formed the walls, the sky formed the roof, and the earth served as altar. Spirits of land and ancestor. Northern paganism did not begin with named gods. It began with an intimate relationship between people and the landscape. Land spirits, later called landveti in Old Norse, were understood as guardians or personalities of the natural world. Some lived in hills, some in rocks, some in rivers, some in old trees. They were neither fully human nor fully animal, but something fluid, everywhere and nowhere. People avoided disturbing their dwelling places. Before clearing a patch of land, they might speak aloud to the spirits to announce their intention and ask permission. These spirits were not imaginary companions, they were woven into daily life. A child who wandered too far into the woods might be warned that a spirit could lead them astray. A farmer who moved a stone boundary without respect might suffer bad luck not because of neighbors, but because the land itself disapproved. Alongside these spirits were the ancestors, the dead who remained near, watching, guiding, protecting. Ancestors were not distant or forgotten. Their presence lingered in mounds, stones, and hearths. People believed that the memories of their forebears were carried by wind and earth, and that they could offer advice through dreams, omens, or intuition. Together, land spirits and ancestors created a spiritual safety net, connecting the living to both earth and time. The forest as teacher. The northern forest taught people to read signs, listen to animals, and understand subtle variations in the landscape. It taught patience, caution, and humility. Trade networks and large-scale agriculture came much later. For thousands of years, communities survived through keen observation and silent respect. These teachings evolved into belief. A sudden gust of wind could be a warning. A fox crossing a path could signal a message. A strange call of a bird might be interpreted as guidance. The silence before a storm was a voice of the unseen. The forest was a textbook written in rustling leaves and shifting shadows. people learned to interpret it the same way a modern person might read the pages of a book. Even when later Germanic and Scandinavian religions introduced named gods, Odin, Thor, Freyr, and Freyja, the forest remained the true sanctuary. Gods were understood as part of the natural world, not separate from it. Thor's thunder was heard in real storms. Freyr's blessing was felt in the growth of crops. Freyja's presence shimmered in spring blossoms. In this worldview, nature was not symbolic. It was divine. Women and the spiritual hearth. In early northern pagan societies, spirituality was not centrally controlled by leaders or temples. Much of it was practiced within households. And within households, women held profound spiritual responsibility. Women kept the hearth, which was both physical and sacred. Fire was life, heat, protection, nourishment, and illumination. The person who tended it became the keeper of continuity. They made offerings to ancestors, whispered blessings over food, told stories that explained the world to children, and observed taboos meant to keep harmony with land spirits. The earliest ritual specialists in Europe were often women. Long before the vulva or cirrus of later Norse culture appeared, women acted as mediators between the visible and invisible worlds. They understood herbs, healing, birth, and burial. They prepared offerings, interpreted dreams, and maintained the household's spiritual balance. Their rituals were quiet, private, rarely recorded, but essential. Through their hands, the home became a microcosm of the sacred landscape outside. Seasonal cycles and quiet celebrations. The forest religions of the north revolved around a slow, steady calendar shaped by light and dark, warmth and cold. Festivals were not loud spectacles but gentle acknowledgments of seasonal shifts. Midwinter. The longest night of the year brought fear and hope. People lit fires to call back the sun and shared food to remind each other that community could survive darkness. Spring awakening. When the first green shoots appeared, offerings of milk, bread, or flowers were placed near stones or roots. Humans thanked the land for returning to them. Summer high. A time of abundance, gathering berries, hunting, fishing, repairing homes. Fires burned on hills to bless crops and protect communities from misfortune. Autumn farewells. As leaves fell and the world quieted, people honored the dead and recognized their own mortality. They asked ancestors for protection during the coming months. These cyclical observances formed an annual heartbeat, steady, predictable, reassuring. Through them, people understood their place in the world, not above nature, but within it. The earliest Germanic pantheon emerges. Although early northern paganism was deeply animistic, over time certain spirits became more human-like. Gradually, figures resembling later gods took shape, not yet in the forms known from the Viking Age, but as powerful, personality-like forces. A spirit of the sky who commanded storms. A guardian of forests and wildlife. A goddess of fertility and the home. A figure of wisdom who traveled in disguise. These early deities were not described in detail. They lived in atmosphere, not mythology. But their presence laid the groundwork for what would eventually become the Germanic and Norse pantheons. Before Thor wielded his hammer, there was the storm spirit. Before Freyr blessed crops, there was the gentle force of summer fertility. Before Odin sought knowledge, there was the wandering wise one. Mythology grows from soil, and here, in the early forest religions, that soil was dark, rich, and alive. Fear, respect, and harmony. Contrary to some modern portrayals, early paganism in the north was not dominated by fear. It was dominated by respect. People respected the forest because it could shelter or kill them. They respected rivers because they could nourish or drown. They respected winter because it demanded preparation. They respected summer because it gave all life breath. Spiritual practice was therefore less about appeasing dangerous gods and more about maintaining balance with a living landscape. Yet fear did exist, woven quietly into daily life. The fear that storms would ruin crops. The fear of wolves at the edge of night. The fear of sickness that could sweep through a village. These fears did not crush people but taught them resilience. The forest was vast, humans were small. Accepting that humility helped shape an ethic of endurance and cooperation. Community, oath, and memory. In early northern pagan societies, one's spiritual obligations extended to community. Oaths were sacred. Spoken carefully, kept faithfully. To break an oath risked dishonoring ancestors and upsetting the spirits of the land. Memory was also sacred. Stories were told at firesides not just to entertain, but to record the past. Each tale reminded listeners where they came from and how they should live. These stories slowly evolved into the myths that would later define Germanic and Norse literature. In this era, before sagas and poetry, storytelling was simple, rhythmic, and often whispered. A story about a hunter who disrespected a sacred animal. A tale of a woman who planted seeds where spirits had danced. A memory of a flood, a storm, or a strange dream interpreted as a sign. These narratives shaped the moral compass of the community. The forest as the first temple. If one imagines early northern paganism not as a religion but as a posture toward the world, then the forest becomes its cathedral. Every tree is a pillar. Every breeze is a hymn. Every clearing is a sanctuary. Every season is a sermon. This is why later Christian chroniclers misunderstood northern pagan practices. There were no temples because the world itself was the temple. There were no priests because everyone participated. There were no sacred texts because the land and the body and the memory served as living scripture. A sleep-friendly closing reflection. As you settle toward rest, imagine yourself walking through a quiet northern forest in early evening. The air is cool, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. Birds settle into branches overhead. A faint mist gathers between tree trunks. Light filters softly through needles and leaves, turning the world a gentle green. This is the world where European paganism first took clear shape, a world without noise, without hurry, without dogma. A world where people listened to wind and water, honored their dead, cherished their land, and understood themselves as part of an immense, breathing whole. Feel the calm of that ancient forest now, around you and within you. The forest religions of the north may be long gone in practice, but their spirit endures in memory, in the quiet awe people still feel when standing among ancient trees, in the instinctive reverence that rises when the world becomes very still. Let that stillness cradle your thoughts. Let the rhythm of early belief guide your breath. And rest, knowing you stand in a long tradition of humans who found peace in the whisper of leaves. Part 3. The Celtic Spiritual Imagination. The Celtic world once stretched across much of Europe, from the shores of Ireland and Britain to the forests of Gaul, the mountains of Central Europe, and even parts of the Iberian Peninsula. But the Celtic worldview was never defined by borders, kingdoms, or maps. It was defined by something far more subtle and difficult to grasp, an imaginative, poetic way of seeing the world. a way that blended the physical and spiritual so seamlessly that people moved between them without noticing the boundary. This chapter invites you into that world. A world of sacred wells, quiet groves, drifting mists, and stories that feel both grounded in nature and shimmering with the otherworldly. A world where time bends, where ancestors whisper through the land, and where humans are only one kind of being among many. Settle into calmness now, as we enter the Celtic spiritual imagination. A place where the heart of pagan Europe beats softly, steadily, and endlessly. A landscape of spirit and story. For the Celtic peoples, the land was the central force of spiritual life. Not as resource or backdrop, but as living companion. Hills, rivers, lakes, stones, and islands each carry their own mood, their own presence. Some landscapes felt protective, others mysterious, others wild and unpredictable. The Celts believed that the land held stories older than human memory. A hill might contain the echo of a goddess. A river might carry the spirit of a warrior long returned to the earth. A grove might hold the breath of ancestors. The environment did not symbolize the divine, it was the divine. Celtic spirituality did not separate earth and spirit, it understood them as layers of the same fabric. Even today, walking through parts of Ireland or northern Scotland, many people feel an inexplicable quiet in certain places. A hush. It is not necessary to believe in old gods to feel it. The landscape still carries its ancient resonance. The otherworld, a parallel reality. Central to Celtic spirituality was the otherworld, a place neither heaven nor hell nor human realm, but something in between. It was not distant, nor unreachable. It flowed alongside daily life like a river just beneath the soil. The otherworld was believed to be a realm of ancestors, a land of eternal youth, a place of beauty and abundance, a home of gods and spirits, a mirror of the natural world. It was not frightening. It was simply different, brighter, calmer, more profound. Time behaved strangely there. A day in the otherworld might equal a year in the human world. Or a human lifetime might pass while a god's world remained unchanged. Certain places acted as thresholds. A lake at dusk, a hilltop at dawn, a deep cave, a spring, a burial mound, or a solitary tree growing in the middle of a field. Passing through these thresholds did not always require ceremony. Sometimes, the moment simply found you, stepping into fog, following an animal, drifting into a dream that felt more real than waking. The otherworld was the heart of Celtic imagination. It shaped their myths, rituals, and concept of mortality. Wells and water, portals between worlds. Wells, springs, and rivers were among the most sacred places in the Celtic world. Water was a boundary, a metaphor for transformation, a living presence with memory. Many wells were considered portals, thin places where the otherworld touched the earth. Offerings were left in the water. Coins, pins, small carved figurines, pieces of food, not worked ribbons, metal objects bent intentionally as sacrifice. People believed that water carried prayers more gently than words alone. A coin dropped into a well was not superstition. It was a message, a gesture of gratitude or healing. Some springs were associated with specific goddesses: Brigid, Coventina, Sulis. These deities were understood as spirits of place, not distant rulers. A goddess was not somewhere far in the clouds, she dwelled in the well's depth, in the shimmering surface, in the sound of flowing water. When Christianity came, many holy wells simply absorbed the new faith. The goddess became a saint. The ritual remained. The meaning endured beneath the surface. The oak, the hazel, and the sacred tree. Celtic spirituality revered many trees, but none more deeply than the oak. Strong, long-lived, and unshaken by storm, the oak symbolized wisdom and sovereignty. Sacred groves of oak trees, called nemeton, served as places of ritual, justice, and communal gatherings. The hazel was equally revered, associated with inspiration, poetry, and knowledge. In myth, hazel trees grew near the well of wisdom, their nuts eaten by the salmon of knowledge. Poets believed that the hazel spirit granted insight. Other trees held their own sacred meanings. Rowan, protection. Hawthorn, boundary between worlds. Yew, death and rebirth. Birch, purification. Willow, intuition, dreaming. But beyond specific associations, trees embodied connection. Their roots touched the underworld. Their trunks rose through the human world. Their branches reached into the realm of spirit. They were living bridges across reality. To harm a sacred tree was unthinkable. To sit beneath one was to be wrapped in ancient memory. Druids, thinkers, keepers, and mediators. The most famous spiritual figures in Celtic culture were the Druids. Though much about them is lost, surviving glimpses describe them as scholars, judges, healers, advisors, astronomers, and philosophers. They oversaw rituals, settled disputes, preserved genealogies, and taught students through memory alone. Druids did not write their knowledge down. The Celts believed sacred teachings were weakened when removed from the mind and placed onto material surfaces. Knowledge was a living, breathing inheritance, not a commodity. Their training required years of memorization, study of law, deep understanding of the natural world, knowledge of poetry and oral tradition, skill in interpreting omens. Contrary to popular imagery, Druids were not simply priests performing sacrifices. They were intellectuals and guardians of cultural identity. Their influence was so profound that even after Celtic peoples converted to Christianity, the echo of Druidic thought persisted in ideas of hospitality, education, law, and poetry. Women in Celtic spirituality. Unlike many ancient societies, Celtic culture afforded women significant autonomy, both socially and spiritually. Women acted as healers, prophets, storytellers, judges, warriors in some tribes, and, in myth, queens and goddesses of sovereignty. Goddesses were central: Brigid, Danu, Mocha, Morrigan, Rhiannon. These figures embodied land, inspiration, fertility, war, and the complexity of human emotion. They were powerful not because they dominated, but because they represented forces too intricate to confine. Women participated in household rituals and community rites. They sang laments for the dead and blessings for the newly born. They preserved stories, interpreted dreams, and understood herbs deeply enough to heal both body and spirit. Their presence ensured that spiritual life remained rooted in the rhythms of domestic continuity and connection. Poetry as sacred duty. For the Celts, poetry was not entertainment, it was spiritual practice. The poet, or philid, held a role nearly as important as the druid. Poetry was considered a means of accessing truth, memory, and the shape of the unseen world. Poets preserved history, honored ancestors, shaped heroic memory, and described the other world in metaphors that guided human behavior. Words had power. A blessing could heal. A curse could wound. A well-crafted poem could open the mind to understanding. This reverence for language created a culture where storytelling acted as a moral compass. Tales of hospitality taught virtue. Tales of betrayal warned against dishonor. Tales of tragic heroes reflected the fragile beauty of human life. This literary sensibility shaped the Celtic spirit, a belief that meaning lives not just in facts, but in the emotional truth that stories convey. The Celtic view of life and death. The Celts did not fear death. They saw it as a passage, not an ending. Just as trees shed leaves and return each spring, human souls were believed to cycle between this world and the other world. Death was a journey. The body returned to earth. The spirit traveled to the other world. Time passed differently. And eventually, the soul returned again to the human world. Burial customs show reverence and care. Bodies were often buried with items they would need: weapons, jewelry, tools, or food. Sometimes people were cremated, the smoke believed to carry the spirit toward its next destination. To the Celtic imagination, death was part of the same cycle that moved seasons, rivers, and stars. It was neither frightening nor final. Ritual, respect, and the flow of time. Celtic pagan rituals were woven into everyday life. Tying ribbons to sacred trees. Visiting wells at dawn. Offering milk or bread to land spirits. Telling stories on long winter nights. Lighting fires at seasonal festivals. Singing or chanting before great journeys. These practices were not obligations. They were gestures of harmony, ways to stay aligned with a world that breathed, listened, and responded. Celtic time was not linear. It flowed in spirals, cycles, and rhythms. The year moved through a wheel of festivals: Samhain, Imbolc, Beltane, Lunasad, each marking thresholds where the worlds drew close. Seasons faded into one another like watercolor, not like turning pages. The past existed not behind, but around people, always accessible through memory and ritual. The whisper of the Celtic soul. As you settle into sleep, imagine a gentle mist gathering over a green valley. The sound of a brook flows softly nearby. A solitary tree stands in the center of a quiet field, leaves rustling like distant voices. A small well sits at the edge of the grove, its surface perfectly still except for the ripple of a falling leaf. This is the heart of Celtic spirituality: soft, layered, imaginative, alive with meaning. It is a world where nature speaks in metaphor. Where stories flow like rivers. Where ancestors sit close, unseen but present. Where time feels deep and circular. Where the other world lies just one breath away. Let that quietness surround you now. Let it soften thought and slow breath. Let the Celtic imagination carry you gently toward rest. Part 4. The gods of Greece, harmony, beauty, and the human spirit. The Greek world occupies a unique place in the history of pagan Europe. Where the forest religions of the north were shaped by mist, silence, and ancestral memory, the Greek spiritual imagination unfolded beneath brilliant sun and clear skies. Mountains rose like marble monuments. Olive trees shimmered in endless groves. The sea stretched out in every direction, a shimmering blue expanse that shaped myth and movement. In this landscape, the divine took on distinctly human form, beautiful, fallible, expressive, and intricately tied to the rhythms of life. Yet Greek religion was not merely a collection of stories. It was a framework for understanding existence, a harmony between humans and the natural world, and a continuous dialogue between mortals and gods. It offered meaning not through fear, but through reflection and participation in a living cosmos. This chapter invites you into that world. A gentle, expansive, sunlit space where myth and philosophy intertwine, where rituals strengthen community, and where the divine mirrors the human spirit. Allow the pace to slow now. Let the warmth of the Mediterranean settle softly around you as we explore the ancient Greek approach to sacredness. A landscape of light and stone. To understand Greek paganism, one must begin with the land itself. Greece is a tapestry of mountains, islands, rocky coasts, and narrow valleys. The terrain shapes the experience of the world. It encourages independence, creativity, and contemplation. In such a landscape, gods felt close enough to touch yet distant enough to inspire awe. The early Greeks felt the divine in the bright shimmer of sea against stone, the hum of cicadas on long summer days, the sudden fragrance of herbs on mountain paths, the vastness of star-filled skies, the unpredictable power of storms rolling in from the sea. Where northern religions emphasized forests and darkness, Greek spirituality emphasized clarity. Water was blue and transparent. Mountains revealed their shapes with precision. Light reflected off marble and limestone, creating a feeling of openness. This clarity nurtured a spiritual worldview grounded in observation. Instead of spirits hidden within trees or stones, the Greek gods appeared in visions of the natural world at its most radiant. Dawn light on the horizon, the strength of a wave, the sweep of wind cresting over a mountain ridge. The land suggested form, and the Greeks shaped that form into gods. The Olympians, human and divine. Greek gods were unlike the gods of many other pantheons. They were anthropomorphic, meaning they took human shape. They laughed, argued, fell in love, felt jealousy, and displayed pride. They were powerful, yes, but also relatable. Their mythic stories read like mirrors held up to the complexities of human emotion. The Olympians did not live in distant abstraction. They lived on Mount Olympus, a real mountain, visible from miles away. Their world was not separate from the human world but a heightened version of it, an elevated realm where beauty and power mingled freely. The gods represented forces of life. Zeus, sky father and keeper of order. Hera, protector of marriage and family. Athena, wisdom and strategy. Apollo, light, healing, and poetry. Artemis, wilderness and independence. Demeter, harvest and fertility. Aphrodite, love and desire. Hephaestus, craft and fire. Mars, conflict and courage. Poseidon, the sea in its moods. Hestia, hearth and home. Hermes, movement and communication. Dionysus, ecstatic transformation. To worship the gods was not to escape humanity. It was to deepen it, to understand desire, ambition, love, conflict, creativity, and suffering in the context of cosmic forces. The Greeks did not imagine perfection in their gods. They imagined intensity, presence, and meaning. Sacred rituals and everyday piety. Greek religious life was woven into daily routine. It required no rigid creed or theological doctrine. Instead, spirituality lived in repeated gestures, offerings, and festivals that affirmed connection to the divine. Household rituals. Each home maintained a small hearth shrine dedicated to Hestia, goddess of warmth, hospitality, and continuity. Lighting the hearth fire was a sacred act, bringing order into chaos, stability into uncertainty. Families offered olive oil, incense, or small cakes. The ritual was not elaborate. It was a quiet acknowledgement that life depended on balance. Libations. Pouring wine or water onto the ground as a gesture of gratitude or request was common. Before meals, travelers, sailors, and farmers often made small libations. The earth received offering as conversation, not sacrifice. Temples and altars. Greek temples were places not of worship in the modern sense, but of presence. The god statue inside was not a symbol, it was the god's chosen image, a point of contact between worlds. People visited temples to give offerings, seek guidance, leave tokens of thanks, perform community rites. The temple's architecture, columns, open courtyards, bright stone, reflected the clarity of Greek cosmology. The oracle tradition, listening to the divine. Greek religion placed unique emphasis on divine communication through oracles. These were not fortune-tellers in the modern sense. They were sacred mediators whose voices transmitted messages from gods who rarely spoke directly. The most famous was the Oracle of Delphi, dedicated to Apollo. People traveled from across the Mediterranean to consult her. Before entering the sanctuary, they purified themselves with spring water, offered gifts, and waited for guidance. The Pythia, the priestess of the oracle, entered a trance. Her speech was interpreted by priests and delivered in poetic form. The process was slow, reverent, and transformative. It offered reassurance that the divine world remained accessible to the human world. Even uncertainty had meaning when framed through sacred language. Festivals, communal harmony through celebration. Greek paganism was deeply communal. Festivals were central to spiritual life, bringing together storytelling, music, theater, processions, sacrifices, athletic competitions, shared meals. These events were not distractions from religion. They were religion. They embodied the belief that joy, beauty, laughter, and artistic expression were sacred forms of participation in the cosmos. The Panathenaea. Held in Athens, this festival honored Athena and included music, poetry, games, and the weaving of a sacred garment for the goddess's statue. The Dionysia. Dedicated to Dionysus, this festival featured dramatic performances. Tragedy and comedy were forms of spiritual reflection, ways to explore the human condition. The Eleusinian Mysteries. The most revered rituals of the Greek world, centered on Demeter and Persephone, offered participants the promise of understanding the cycle of life, death, and rebirth. The details were kept secret, but their impact lasted a lifetime. In all these festivals, sacredness expressed itself through creativity and community rather than solemn isolation. Gods in the everyday world. Greek paganism did not require withdrawal from life. Instead, it asked people to live life attentively, recognizing divine patterns in ordinary events. A storm at sea was Poseidon's mood. A successful harvest reflected Demeter's generosity. A sudden insight or moment of clarity bore Athena's influence. An unexpected opportunity hinted at Hermes' intervention. A moment of beauty, a sculpture, a poem, a sunset, belonged to Apollo or Aphrodite. The divine was not distant. It moved through the world in small, daily signs. This made Greek spirituality deeply experimental. To participate in life fully was to honor the gods. The Greek view of the human soul. Unlike some ancient religions that saw the soul as burdened or trapped, Greek thought viewed the soul as capable of growth, refinement, and beauty. The soul was a spark of the divine, taking on human form but capable of transcending it through virtue, contemplation, and artistic creation. This is where Greek religion subtly blends with Greek philosophy. Even before the rise of thinkers like Plato, ordinary people believed the soul continued after death. The dead resided in Hades, a calm but muted realm. Memory of the dead sustained harmony between worlds. Heroic souls could achieve honor and remembrance. Mystery rites could deepen understanding of life's cycles. The emphasis was not on fear of punishment but on cultivating a meaningful existence. Beauty as spiritual language. Greek spiritual life intertwined with the pursuit of beauty. Temples, sculptures, pottery, and poetry were not mere decorations, they were offerings. Beauty brought the mind closer to harmony. Harmony brought the mind closer to the divine. Everything carried aesthetic weight. The proportion of columns. The curve of a statue. The rhythm of a lyric poem. The balance of ingredients in a meal. The grace of athletic movement. To create beauty was to imitate the gods. To appreciate beauty was to honor the gods. In this sense, Greek religion encouraged creativity as a path to spiritual connection. Myth not as fact but as wisdom. While myths of Zeus, Athena, and Apollo are well known, their purpose is often misunderstood. They were not dogma. They were stories that helped people explore questions. Why do storms happen? Why do we desire? Why do we fear? What gives life meaning? How should we treat others? What does it mean to be courageous? Myths offered moral, emotional, and psychological insight. They provided frameworks for interpreting human experience. They were rich, flexible, and open to multiple meanings. This flexibility allowed Greek religion to be both personal and communal. Everyone could find themselves reflected in the actions of gods and heroes. Temples as places of presence, not congregation. Greek temples were not like modern houses of worship. People did not gather inside them for sermons. Instead, the temple housed the god's sacred image. The ritual activity took place outside, at the altar in front of the temple. This design emphasized accessibility, visibility, connection between human and divine, harmony with the surrounding landscape. A temple was meant to be seen from afar, rising from a hill or overlooking the sea. Its beauty aligned with natural contours. Sacredness was not confined within walls, it radiated outward. The temple's presence reminded people that the divine stood among them in material form. Life and death in Greek belief. Death in Greek religion was a gentle, inevitable transition. The dead traveled to the realm of Hades, a neutral place neither joyous nor painful. Souls retained memory, identity, and emotional resonance. Burial customs emphasized dignity. Washing the body. Placing coins for passage. Escorting the soul through ritual laments. Leaving offerings at graves. Honoring the dead annually. These acts were not expressions of fear but of love and continuity. They kept the living bonded to those who had gone before. Even the hero cults, honoring great figures like Achilles, reinforced a spiritual view that exceptional lives shaped the world long after physical death. The Greek genius, blending reason and faith. One of the most distinctive aspects of Greek paganism is its compatibility with philosophical inquiry. Unlike rigid religious systems that resist questions, Greek spirituality embraced curiosity. Philosophers did not reject the gods. They sought to understand them. Some saw them as metaphors for cosmic forces. Others viewed them as archetypes of human experience. Still others believed in a more abstract divine principle underlying all existence. In this blend of thought and reverence, Greek culture found unique balance. Religion was not stagnant. It evolved, adapted, and inspired generations of thinkers, artists, statesmen, and citizens. A sleep-friendly closing, the calm of an ancient evening. Imagine now a gentle evening in the ancient Greek world. The sun has set behind distant hills, leaving the sky painted in pink and gold. Olive trees cast long shadows across a quiet courtyard. The air is warm, carrying the scent of herbs and the faint sound of water from a nearby fountain. You are walking slowly toward a small hearth shrine, a soft flame flickering in honor of Hestia. The fire glows steadily, casting a halo of light along the walls. You pour a small libation, just a few drops of wine, onto the earth. The gesture is simple, sincere, peaceful. The world feels open, harmonious, balanced. Above you, the night sky emerges in brilliant clarity. Each star shines with ancient light. In their patterns you imagine the presence of the gods, not distant or grandiose, but familiar, serene, and quietly watching. This is the essence of Greek paganism, harmony between human life and the divine, beauty intertwined with meaning, and a world where sacredness flows through both thought and experience. Let that harmony settle softly within you now. Let the ancient calm guide your breath. Let the quiet grandeur of Greek imagination carry you gently toward rest. Part 5. The Roman Pantheon and the Order of the Empire. Roman paganism was not born in marble or carved into triumphal arches. It did not begin with vast temples or imperial ceremonies. Its roots stretch far deeper, to quiet farmhouses on the hills of Latium, to hearth fires kept by careful hands, to fields where the grain rose and fell in time with the seasons. Before Rome was an empire, it was a small community scattered across countryside villages. In those early years, its religion formed slowly, shaped by land, labor, ancestry, and the deep Roman virtue of order. As Rome expanded, its religion expanded too. It absorbed gods, rituals, and philosophies from every corner of the Mediterranean: Greek, Etruscan, Egyptian, Celtic, Syrian. Yet despite this vast variety, Roman spirituality remained anchored in the same principle, that harmony between humans, gods, family, and state created stability. Religion was not abstract. It was practical, rhythmic, and woven into every decision. This chapter invites you into that world. The world of the Roman Pantheon, where sacredness lived in hearth and household as much as in monumental temples. Where gods were companions rather than distant rulers. And where the spiritual order of the cosmos mirrored the political and social order of the empire. Let your breath soften. Let the pace slow. Imagine the warm Italian sun over fields of wheat, the steady rhythm of footsteps on stone streets, and the quiet presence of household gods watching over each home. A religion of daily life. To the Romans, religion was not something that happened once a week. It was woven gently into every moment. Beginning the day with a small greeting to the household gods. Lighting a lamp before a meal. Pouring a libation before drinking wine. Offering incense before an important journey. marking boundaries, births, weddings, and contracts with brief ritual gestures. These acts were not dramatic. They were calm, modest acknowledgments of a shared universe. Romans believed that the world functioned smoothly only when humans maintained respect toward the invisible forces that shaped fate. Religion was a matter of relationship between people and gods, between family members, between the living and the dead. The goal was not emotional ecstasy or mystical experience. The goal was harmony. The household gods, hearth and heart of Roman religion. Before the grand temples of Jupiter or Apollo, the center of Roman spirituality was the home. The lares. The lares were protective spirits of place, guardians of the home, the doorway, the boundaries of land. Every Roman household had a small shrine, called a lararium, where figurines of the lares stood. They were honored with offerings of wine or milk, garlands of flowers, small cakes, miniature clay statues. The lares were not remote gods. They were intimate presences, linked to ancestors and the land itself. They watched over daily comings and goings, meals, and decisions. The Penates. The Penates were the protectors of the pantry, the food supply, and ultimately the family's survival. Their name is connected to the word for the interior of a home, suggesting they lived in the heart of domestic life. Families thanked them before meals. They were honored for abundance and given offerings when food was stored for winter. The Genius and the Juno. Every man was believed to have a personal guiding spirit called a genius. Every woman had a Juno, a spiritual counterpart that accompanied her throughout life. Birthdays were celebrations not of the individual, but of this protective spirit. These intimate deities show how Roman religion emphasized companionship rather than distance. The divine was always close, woven into the identity of each person. The hearth and the sacred flame. In the center of each home burned the hearth fire, tended with care. Fire represented continuity, linking past, present, and future. It warmed the family, cooked meals, protected against dark forces, and embodied the presence of Vesta, goddess of the hearth. In a symbolic sense, each family hearth was a reflection of the eternal flame tended by the Vestal virgins in the Roman Forum. That sacred flame represented the life of the city itself. As long as it burned, Rome would endure. Thus, tending the hearth at home was not merely domestic work, it was a reflection of cosmic stability. Agrarian roots, spirits of field and harvest. Early Romans were farmers. Their spirituality grew from the soil. Every stage of agriculture contained ritual meaning. Plowing, sowing, watering, weeding, harvesting, storing grain for winter. The gods associated with agriculture included Ceres, goddess of grain; Tellus, the earth itself; Pomona, guardian of orchards; Saturn, associated with both prosperity and the hard work of farming; Terminus, protector of boundary stones. Even simple actions carried meaning. Before cutting the first sheaf of wheat, farmers often paused, acknowledging the spirit of the grain. Farmers asked the land for cooperation and forgiveness for disturbing it. Agriculture was sacred because life depended on it. In honoring these gods, Romans honored their own survival. The pantheon expands Greek and Etruscan influence. As Rome grew from village to republic to empire, it absorbed influences from neighboring cultures. From the Etruscans. The Etruscans, living in central Italy, contributed Ritual divination through reading bird patterns, augury. Examining lightning for omens. Temple architecture. Aspects of the underworld. They also inspired early names and characteristics of several Roman gods. From the Greeks. Greek culture profoundly shaped Roman religion. Zeus became Jupiter. Hera became Juno. Athena became Minerva. Ars became Mars. Poseidon became Neptune. Aphrodite became Venus. Hermes became Mercury. Yet the Romans adapted these gods to their own worldview. Greek gods were imaginative, emotional, and dramatic. Roman gods embodied duty, order, and civic identity. For the Romans, Jupiter was not primarily a storyteller god, he was the embodiment of justice and cosmic authority. Mars was not primarily a raging warrior, he was also a protector of crops and father of the Roman people. Venus symbolized not only romantic love but the generative force that bound society. Rome did not imitate Greek religion, it translated it into Roman values. Temples and sacred spaces. Roman temples were not designed for large congregations. They served as houses for the gods, and most rituals happened outside, in front of the temple at an altar. This reinforced the belief that gods were honored through visibility, not concealment. Temples often stood atop hills, beside forums, overlooking harbors, near crossroads, on sacred precincts surrounded by walls. The layout of a city placed temples strategically, acknowledging divine oversight of public life. Inside temples, statues were not merely symbolic, they were treated as honored guests. They were clothed, perfumed, and offered food during festivals. This reinforced the idea that the divine was present in tangible ways. Priests, officials, and ritual specialists. Roman religion had a structured priesthood, but priests were not spiritual intermediaries the way they were in other cultures. Most held political office or came from elite families. Their role was to maintain Pax Deorum, the peace of the gods, by performing rituals correctly. Core religious offices included pontifices, guardians of religious law; augurs, interpreters of divine signs; flamines, priests dedicated to specific gods; vestal virgins, keepers of the sacred flame; haruspices, diviners who interpreted omens from sacrificed animals. The emphasis was always on correctness. Roman religion valued precision over passion. The right word spoken at the right time in the right manner maintained cosmic balance. Festivals and public life. Roman festivals were vibrant, communal, and central to identity. They aligned with agricultural cycles, political events, and mythic commemorations. Saturnalia. A joyful winter festival honoring Saturn, marked by gift-giving, feasting, symbolic inversion of social roles, temporary freedom for slaves, general goodwill. It is one of the clearest pagan ancestors of modern holiday traditions. Lupercalia. A spring fertility festival that involved purification rituals, symbolic games, and blessings meant to protect crops and families. Parentalia. A solemn festival honoring the dead, during which families visited tombs, offered food, and shared quiet remembrance. Vinalia, Floralia, Cerealia. Festivals celebrating wine, flowers, and grain, each affirming humanity's relationship with the natural world. Festivals were not merely celebrations. They were moments when society collectively reaffirmed its harmony with divine forces. Piety as duty, not belief. One of the most distinctive aspects of Roman religion was its emphasis on practice over belief. The Romans did not require theological agreement. What mattered was honoring gods through correct action. Piety, pietas, meant fulfilling obligations, respecting family, maintaining customs, performing rituals, honoring ancestors, sustaining civic harmony. A person could question myths or interpret them metaphorically, but they were still expected to participate in rituals. Religion was not optional. It was foundational to society. This created a world where spirituality was a shared rhythm, not a source of division. The Roman view of death and the afterlife. Romans believed the dead continued to exist in a muted, shadowy form. Their comfort depended on being remembered. Neglecting the dead led to restless spirits. Burial customs included placing coins for cairn, decorating tombs, offering food or wine, gathering at graves during festivals, speaking aloud the names of ancestors. Family tombs ensured continuity between generations. The living maintained the dignity of the dead, and the dead offered subtle protection to the living. In this worldview, death was neither feared nor idealized. It was integrated into the ongoing life of the family and the state. Empire and the universalization of faith. As Rome expanded, it absorbed gods from many lands. Isis from Egypt, Mithras from Persia, Cybele from Anatolia, Epona from the Celtic world. Countless local deities. Rome rarely suppressed these foreign cults. Instead, it wove them into the state religion or allowed them to coexist. This syncretism created spiritual diversity across the empire. Still, the Roman pantheon remained the backbone of public life. Jupiter, Mars, Venus, and other major gods represented the ideals of Roman order. The empire's identity rested on the belief that divine forces supported its destiny. A sleep-friendly closing. Twilight in the ancient city. Imagine now a quiet evening in ancient Rome. The day's heat has softened, and a gentle breeze moves through narrow streets. Lamps flicker along porticos. The scent of olive oil and warm bread drifts through open doorways. You walk slowly past a small household shrine set into a wall. Inside, tiny statues of the Lares stand with garlands draped around them. A soft glow from a candle illuminates their faces. Someone, perhaps moments earlier, has poured a few drops of wine as a gesture of gratitude. Further down the street, you see a temple silhouetted against the darkening sky. Its columns rise like silent guardians. The air around it feels calm, dignified, stable, an anchor for the city. You breathe in deeply. The night feels balanced. The world feels ordered. This is the essence of Roman paganism, a religion of continuity, domestic warmth, civic duty, and quiet gratitude. A belief system where the divine lives not only in grand temples, but in small gestures, hearth fires, and the simple act of honoring those who came before. Let that steadiness settle into your thoughts. Let the warm, ancient calm help you drift toward rest. Part 6. Slavic Paganism and the Hearth of the East. Before vast kingdoms took shape across Eastern Europe, before chronicles were written in monasteries, before cities rose in stone and timber, the Slavic world existed as a wide, living landscape. Dense forests stretched across what is now Poland, Ukraine, Belarus, Russia, Serbia, Croatia, and the Baltic fringe. Rivers wound through meadows like silver threads. Lakes lay quiet and mirror-still, reflecting clouds and sky. Villages were small, scattered, and deeply rooted in the rhythms of earth and season. In this expansive environment, Slavic paganism took form, not as a unified doctrine or a fixed mythology, but as an intimate, flexible, deeply domestic spirituality. It was a religion shaped by the hearth and the fields, by weather and ancestors, by the unpredictable harmony between human life and the natural world. This chapter invites you into that world. It is a world of quiet spirits, warm hearth fires, protective deities, and festivals that celebrate the turning year. Settle in, breathe slowly, and let the soft atmosphere of early Slavic spirituality guide your thoughts toward calmness and rest. A world rooted in land and water. To understand Slavic paganism, one must begin with the landscape. Eastern Europe was characterized by wide rivers, marshlands, rolling meadows, deep forests, fertile, dark soil. These features shaped spiritual understanding. Rivers and lakes were not just resources, they were living presences. Forests were not simply ecosystems, they were realms of memory and mystery. Fields were not empty spaces, they were sacred zones where human labor and natural cycles met. Slavic spirituality did not imagine the divine as distant. Instead, it sensed the divine in the land's breath, in the rustle of birch leaves, in the play of sunlight on water. Where Greek religion found divinity in clarity and form, and Germanic religion found it in forests and ancestors, Slavic religion found it in the interplay of home and landscape, the hearth fire glowing inside, and the vast, breathing wilderness beyond. Household spirits, the true center of Slavic spiritual life. Unlike the Roman pantheon or the Greek Olympians, Slavic paganism was not primarily a religion of great gods. Its deepest, most intimate expressions were found in household spirits. Beings who lived alongside families, watched over them, protected them, and occasionally misbehaved if neglected. These spirits formed the emotional core of Slavic belief. The domovoi. The domovoi was the most important household spirit. Often imagined as a small, bearded, warm-tempered presence, the domovoi was both guardian and overseer of the home. He watched over livestock, protected the hearth, and warned of danger through dreams, noises, or subtle signs. People left small offerings. Bread, milk, a bit of porridge, a warm place near the oven. The domovoi was not a god. He was a companion, half ancestor, half land spirit. When a family moved, they invited him to travel with them by placing embers from the old hearth into a container and transporting them to the new home. In this act, one sees how the hearth and the spirit bound the family to continuity. The kikimora. Where the domovoi represented stability, the kikimora represented the unpredictable forces of the home. She was associated with corners, shadows, and mischief. If treated well, she helped with household chores. If neglected or offended, she might spoil dough, tangle thread, or cause restless sleep. Rather than fear, people felt respectful caution. The kikimora reminded them that the household was an ecosystem of energies, balance mattered, attention mattered, care mattered. The bannik. Even bathhouses had their guardian spirit, the bannik, who oversaw the bathhouse or sauna. The bathhouse was a liminal space between purity and vulnerability. People entered it lightly, acknowledging invisible company. A small offering of water, soap, or bread left near a corner was a gesture of respect. The dvorovoi, ovinnik, and others. Every part of the home and land had a spirit. Dvorovoi, courtyard. Ovinnik, barn and grain. Leshi, forest. Vodianoi, water. Ruzorka, river, often complex and layered. These spirits were not fragments of superstition. They embodied a belief in interconnectedness. Just as the land had many parts, so the unseen world had many personalities. The great gods, sky, earth, and the turning of seasons. While household spirits shaped daily life, Slavic paganism also included major deities representing cosmic forces. These gods were woven into myth and ritual, though the exact details varied region to region. Perun, god of thunder and order. Perun was the sky father, wielder of lightning, protector of warriors, and upholder of cosmic order. Oaks were sacred to him, their roots and branches symbolizing strength and connection between worlds. Thunderstorms were understood as Perun fighting chaos, represented by serpents or dragons who threatened the harmony of the world. Vels, god of earth, water, and the underworld. Vels was Perun's eternal counterpart, earth to sky, water to fire, chaos to order. But his chaos was not evil. It represented natural, unpredictable forces, rivers, forests, animals, and the realm of the dead. The mythic struggle between Perun and Vels was not a war to the death. It was a cycle, expressing the balance of nature. Mokosh, goddess of women, fate, and the home. Mokosh represented fertility, spinning and weaving, women's labor, destiny, abundance. Her presence linked household life to cosmic cycles. She protected midwives, mothers, and those who shaped cloth, the symbolic fabric of fate. Svarog, Dasbog, Lada, and others. Other gods included Svarog, the celestial smith. Dasbog, the giver of sun and blessings. Lada, associated with beauty, love, and harmony. Jirilo, connected to spring, youth, and renewal. Moana, spirit of winter and darkness. The pantheon was not rigid. It shifted, blended, and evolved with time. This flexibility was part of its strength. The Slavic calendar and seasonal rituals. Slavic spirituality revolved around the annual cycle. Festivals marked key transitions, each carrying sacred significance. Kolyada, winter solstice. Kolyada celebrated the rebirth of the sun. People lit fires, sang songs, and went door to door offering blessings. It was a time of warmth in the deepest cold, symbolizing both survival and hope. Maslenitsa, farewell to winter. A festival of pancakes, sledding, and burning effigies, Maslenitsa symbolized the triumph of spring over winter. Its origins lie in ancient rituals honoring the sun, represented by round, warm, golden pancakes. Jirilo's return, spring fertility. When spring arrived, community celebrated the return of Jirilo, the youthful god of renewal. Processions, dances, and rituals invoked fertility for fields and families. Cupola night, summer solstice. Cupola night remains one of the most evocative Slavic festivals. Jumping over bonfires. Seeking fern flowers, symbols of hidden wisdom. Floating wreaths on rivers. Rituals of purification and love. The boundary between worlds grew thin on this night. Water, fire, and moonlight blended into a dreamlike, sacred atmosphere. Gyadi, ancestor nights. Ancestor veneration was central. On Gyadi, families left food at graves, lit candles, opened doors, spoke softly, inviting ancestors to join them. This ritual reinforced the belief that the dead were not absent. They were close, guiding, protecting, remembering. The village, a spiritual unit. Slavic communities were organized around the village as the heart of life. The village was not merely a cluster of homes, it was a living entity, bound together by shared rituals, seasonal labor, oral traditions, communal celebrations, collective responsibility. The village acted as a microcosm of the cosmic order. Where Greek spirituality thrived in city-states and Roman religion supported an empire, Slavic spirituality thrived in small, tightly connected communities. Each home was a sacred domain. Each field a spiritual inheritance. Each forest a place of wonder. The forest as companion and threshold. The forest played a complex role in Slavic spirituality. It was a place of danger, wisdom, transformation, spirit presence, moral testing. The leshy, guardian of the forest, could mislead travelers or protect them depending on respect shown. Paths were unpredictable. Animals could be omens. Light filtered through pine and birch in soft, ethereal ways. To enter a forest was to step into a liminal space between the human world and the spirit world. Magic, omens, and the quiet language of signs. Slavic paganism was rich with symbolic understanding. Omens were read not through fear, but through awareness. Signs included the call of certain birds, patterns in river ice, direction of smoke from fires, unusual dreams, sudden movements of animals. Magic was seen as an extension of natural forces. Herbs, knots, water, fire, and spoken charms all shaped the flow of unseen energies. Women often held deep knowledge of these practices, connecting domestic life to the spiritual world. Life, death, and the circle of return. Slavic beliefs viewed life and death as interconnected. Death was not an end but a transition into a quieter, deeper world. The ancestors became guardians of fields, forests, and families. The dead were often buried near villages, ensuring their presence remained close. Offerings at graves were gentle and modest, a piece of bread, a cup of mead, a lit candle. These gestures acknowledged continuity. The Slavic afterlife was neither paradise nor torment. It was a realm of quiet, of memory, of ancestral presence. A sleep-friendly closing, twilight at the hearth. Imagine now a small wooden house in an ancient Slavic village. The sun has set behind the forest. Smoke rises gently from a chimney. Inside, the hearth glows warmly, casting golden light across woven baskets, clay pots, and wooden beams. A woman stirs a pot of porridge. A child dozes near the fire. Outside, the night is calm, the forest breathing softly at the edge of the village. At a small shelf built into the wall, figurines of the Lares-like Slavic household spirit stand. Modest, worn, and beloved. Someone has left a bit of bread near the domovoj's place. The air feels steady, protected, quietly watched over. You sit near the hearth, feeling the warmth seep into your bones. The flicker of flames reflects the ancient Slavic belief that home is sacred, land is alive, and unseen but benevolent forces surround the living. This is the heart of Slavic paganism. A world of gentle rituals, quiet spirits, ancestral memory, and the comforting rhythm of seasons. Let the stillness of that ancient hearth cradle your mind. Let the calm of Eastern Europe's spiritual past ease you toward sleep. Part 7. Baltic paganism, fire, water, and the last pagans of Europe. On the eastern shores of the Baltic Sea, where pine forests stretch endlessly toward the horizon and rivers wind in slow, reflective curves, a unique and ancient spiritual tradition took shape. This was the world of the Balts, the ancestors of modern Lithuanians, Latvians, and the long-lost Old Prussians. Their land was quiet, mist-laden, and deeply wooded. It was a place where morning fog clung to wildflower meadows, where lakes mirrored the sky with perfect stillness, and where the rhythm of seasons moved with a gentle, solemn predictability. In this environment, Baltic paganism emerged as a profoundly nature-centered, elemental, and enduring faith. It is often called the last pagan religion of Europe, not because it was simple or resistant to change, but because it was so deeply rooted in landscape and memory that even centuries of pressure could not uproot it completely. Something of it still lingers today, in folklore, in festivals, in songs, in ways of speaking about the land. This chapter invites you into that world. A world of sacred groves, sun rituals, healing waters, and a spirituality that understands fire, earth, and sky as living companions. Breathe slowly as you enter this gentle realm. Let the quiet Baltic landscape settle softly around you, guiding your mind toward calmness and rest. The land of forest and water. Baltic spirituality cannot be separated from the land itself. Unlike the mountains of Greece or the vast steppes of the Slavic East, the Baltic region is a place of dense pine and birch forests, rolling hills, peat bogs, pristine lakes, slow, winding rivers, sandy coastlines touched by the Baltic Sea. The atmosphere is soft, cool, and steady. Winters are long, summers luminous, and the solstices carry special weight. In this landscape, the Balts sense spiritual presence everywhere. Trees hummed with quiet life. Water carried cleansing and revelation. Stones, fields, and even pathways were infused with subtle forces. The divine was not distant. It dwelled in the very shape of the land. Baltic paganism is one of the most environmentally grounded spiritual systems in Europe, so much so that modern scholars often refer to it as an ecological religion centuries before the term existed. The sacred groves, temples without walls. The heart of Baltic religious life was not a man-made temple, but a place called a sacred grove, known in Lithuanian as olkas and in Latvian as svetberts. These groves were clusters of ancient trees, often oak or lime, where no wood could be cut, no animal could be hunted, no ground could be disturbed, no ordinary work could be done. They were spaces of deep, contemplative presence. People entered them quietly, as if stepping into another world. Priests and priestesses tended the groves, offered prayers, and guided seasonal ceremonies. The sacred grove reflects a core Baltic belief. Nature is not symbolic of the divine, nature is itself divine. There was no separation between worship and landscape. The trees stood as living pillars of the spiritual world. Wind moving through their leaves was a form of communication. Light filtering through branches offered blessing. In these groves, one felt the closeness of the gods. The Baltic deities, sun, thunder, fate, and fertility. Baltic paganism includes an array of gods and goddesses, each connected to natural forces, human life, or the turning year. While names and functions varied slightly across regions, certain figures held central roles. Sol, the sun goddess. Unlike many Indo-European traditions where the sun is male, in Baltic spirituality the sun is female, Sol, the bright mother of warmth, life, and continuity. She rides across the sky in a golden chariot, sails on a boat of light, or walks the heavens in radiant garments. She weeps when unjustly treated, laughs when the world blooms, and watches over the vulnerable with compassion. Her journey structures the day, the seasons, and the calendar itself. She is the light that makes crops grow. She is the warmth that awakens spring. She is the protector of orphans and the guide of all living things. Daivas, the sky father. Daivas is the distant, serene sky god, calm, orderly, associated with cosmic structure rather than emotional involvement. He is the principle of law, destiny, and balance. If Sol is warmth, Daivas is clarity. His presence is felt in the stillness of the heavens, the regularity of seasons, the equilibrium of day and night. He is not often depicted in myths, but he forms the quiet foundation of the cosmos. Pakunas, the thunder god. Pakunas is one of the most vivid Baltic gods. He is the god of thunder and lightning, guardian of morality and justice. Similar to Slavic Perun but distinct in character, he rides across the sky in a fiery chariot, hurling axes or lightning bolts at evil spirits. He symbolizes strength, honesty, protection, renewal. Thunderstorms were sacred moments, natural rituals where Pakunas cleansed the air, purified the earth, and chased away harmful beings. Lema, goddess of fate. Lema governs birth, destiny, and the unfolding of every human life. She attends childbirth, sets the direction of a person's future, and watches over transitions. Her presence is gentle, solemn, and deeply respected. Songs often portray her as weaving the threads of life, much like the Norse Norns or the Greek Moirai. Zemina, earth goddess. Zemina personifies the living earth. Soil. Plants. Fertility. Nourishment. Every step, every harvest, every burial connects to her. Offerings were poured onto the ground to honor her. She embodied the belief that Earth itself is a mother who sustains all living beings. Rituals of fire and light. Fire held immense power in Baltic spirituality. It was not merely a source of warmth, it was a living presence, a messenger between worlds. Sacred fire. Communities often maintained sacred fires tended by women. These fires were never allowed to go out. They represented continuity, protection, and spiritual order. Bonfires at solstice. The summer solstice, known as Jonines in Lithuania and Joni in Latvia, was one of the most important festivals. People gathered to light huge bonfires, sing all night, weave floral wreaths, jump over flames, greet the rising sun. The entire night was filled with songs praising Sol. Fire symbolized purification and renewal. Couples leaped through flames to strengthen their bond. Families circled the bonfire for protection. This festival is one of the clearest surviving expressions of ancient European paganism. Water, purification, healing, and mystery. Water in the Baltic worldview was not simply a physical substance. It held spiritual intelligence. Rivers, springs, and lakes were believed to cleanse, heal, reveal hidden truths, house spirits, reflect divine presence. People washed in special springs for health. They left offerings by water before long journeys. They treated wells with reverence. On cupola-like nights, young women floated wreaths on rivers to seek omens of love and luck. The movement of wreaths carried symbolic meaning, interpreted gently and calmly in the soft glow of dawn. Songs as sacred language. One of the most beautiful features of Baltic paganism is its tradition of sung poetry. Lithuania and Latvia hold some of the richest folk song traditions in the world. These songs, known as Dainos, carry spiritual memory. They are short, melodic, repetitive, poetic, symbolic, gentle. Dainos express love for nature, respect for ancestors, the wisdom of women's work, and reverence for the gods. They often describe the sun, moon, stars, fields, and rivers in tender, personified ways. Singing was not performance. It was a form of devotion, a way of acknowledging the sacredness of life's rhythms. Even today, hearing these ancient melodies can feel like stepping into a timeless, peaceful world. Life and death, a continuous circle. In Baltic spirituality, life and death form a seamless cycle. Death was not feared. It was accepted as a natural transformation. Burial customs show deep respect. Placing the dead in wooden coffins. Burying them with tools or jewelry. Lighting fires at graves. Holding quiet communal rites. Ancestors were believed to linger gently around the living, offering guidance or blessing. Festivals honoring the dead, similar to Slavic Jayadi, created moments where families shared food and memory with those who had passed on. The afterlife was imagined not as a distant realm but as a continuation of nature's cycles. Souls moved into harmony with the land, joining forests, rivers, and winds. Resistance and survival, the last pagans of Europe. Baltic paganism endured longer than any other major pagan tradition in Europe. Lithuania did not officially convert to Christianity until the late 1300s. In some rural areas, pagan rituals persisted well into the 16th and even 17th centuries. There are reasons for this remarkable endurance. The Baltic lands were geographically remote. The religion was deeply tied to home and season. Rituals were simple and easily concealed. Oral tradition preserved knowledge. Sacred groves and hills offered natural sanctuaries. Even after Christianization, people blended new beliefs with old ones. Many Christian festivals in the region still carry ancient pagan elements, especially the solstice celebrations. In this way, Baltic spirituality demonstrates the strength of connection between landscape, memory, and identity. A sleep-friendly closing, dusk over a Baltic meadow. Imagine now a quiet Baltic evening. The sun has just dipped below the horizon, leaving a soft glow of amber and rose across the sky. Fireflies blink gently in the tall grasses. A river flows nearby, calm and reflective, carrying the last light of day along its surface. In the distance, a small bonfire crackles. People sit around it, their voices carried softly on the wind as they sing simple, ancient melodies. The sound is gentle and repetitive, like the rhythm of waves or breath. Their voices honor the sun, the earth, the years turning. Their songs feel timeless, familiar even to those who have never heard them before. You approach quietly, feeling the warmth of the fire and the coolness of the night air. The flames cast long, dancing shadows across the meadow. A wreath of flowers rests near your feet. Overhead, stars emerge slowly, one by one. You breathe in deeply. The night is peaceful. The land feels alive, calm, protective. This is the spirit of Baltic paganism. A world where nature is sacred, where fire and water speak, where songs hold memory, and where the divine lives gently in hills, forests, and the quiet sky. Let the softness of that ancient world settle into your thoughts. Let the night meadow carry you toward rest. Part 8. The Celtic world, Druids, sacred groves, and the voice of the land. Before the rise of Rome and long before Christianity crossed Europe, vast territories from Ireland to the Alps, from the Iberian Peninsula to the edge of the Balkans, were home to the Celtic peoples. Their world was woven from forest and fog, river and stone, memory and myth. It was a world shaped not by cities or empires, but by the quiet authority of hills, the flow of rivers, and the solemn presence of ancient oaks. Celtic spirituality was deeply atmospheric, rooted in place, story, and symbol. Though much of it survives only in fragments, echoes carried through Roman accounts, medieval manuscripts, and living folklore, we can still sense its character, reverent toward nature, attentive to cycles of life, and guided gently by those who studied the unseen, the Druids. This chapter invites you into that world. A world of sacred groves, clear springs, megalithic stones, and song-like language that softened the boundary between human life and the spirit-filled land. Settle your breath. Let the mist of the Celtic landscape drift quietly through your imagination, carrying you toward calmness and rest. The land as teacher and presence. To understand Celtic paganism, one must feel the land itself. Celtic regions were characterized by rolling green hills, mossy forests, stone circles and standing stones, rivers with strong currents, bogs and marshlands, windswept highlands, rugged coastlines. The climate was often cloudy, wet, and soft-edged. Mist settled like a veil over valleys. Rainfall nourished deep soils. Streams flowed with a cold, pure clarity. This environment shaped a spirituality that felt ancient even in its own time, quiet, intuitive, deeply relational. The Celts did not imagine God seated above the world. Instead, they sensed sacredness within the world. In stones, water, trees, and the gentle pulse of seasons. Where Greek spirituality valued clarity and Roman religion emphasized order, Celtic spirituality embraced atmosphere, movement, and layers of presence. Nothing was only what it appeared to be. Everything could hold deeper meaning. Sacred groves, natural temples of the Celts. Like the Balts, the Celts considered groves of trees sacred. These groves were known as nemeton. They served as places of ritual, sites of assembly, courts for judgment, classrooms for druids, thresholds between worlds. Groves were dominated by oak, yew, ash, and hazel, trees believed to have spiritual intelligence. The Druids taught that trees were conduits of memory, carrying the essence of land and community. Stepping into a nemeton required quiet respect. Leaves overhead filtered light in soft, shifting patterns. The air carried the scent of damp earth and moss. Rituals performed here were not loud or ornate. They were gentle, rhythmic, and deeply rooted in the sensory world. The sound of wind through leaves, the slow drip of water from branches, the faint hum of insects, the warmth of a torch or fire, the quiet footfalls of those gathered. These natural temples symbolized the Celtic belief that the divine was most present in raw, living nature. The Druids, memory, knowledge, and the unseen. No figure in Celtic spirituality is more iconic or more misunderstood than the Druid. They were not simply priests. They were philosophers, judges, healers, astronomers, poets, keepers of oral tradition, mediators between people and gods. Druids were believed to understand the language of trees, the movement of stars, and the patterns of dreams. Their teachings were never written down. All instruction was oral, requiring years, sometimes decades, of study. The purpose of this was not secrecy for its own sake, but preservation of memory as a living practice. A text could be lost or misread, but a mind, trained carefully, carried knowledge with nuance and understanding. Druids held power not through weapons or wealth, but through wisdom. Their presence offered stability and direction. A community with a druid felt connected to cosmic rhythms and ancestral memory. Gods and goddesses of many forms. The Celtic pantheon was rich and complex. Some deities were widespread across Celtic lands, others were local, unique to a single region or river valley. This variation reflects a faith deeply tied to place. The Mother Goddess. The Celts revered numerous mother goddesses associated with fertility, land, and sovereignty. These figures embodied the earth's abundance, the cycles of growth and decay, the land's right to choose its rulers. In many myths, a true king must unite with the land goddess, symbolizing harmony between human authority and natural law. Lugh, god of skill and light. Lugh was a bright, youthful god associated with craftsmanship, skill, and leadership. He was said to be proficient in every art. Music, healing, warfare, artistry, kingship, sorcery, craftsmanship. He represented excellence, versatility, and the rising power of creativity. Brigid, goddess of healing, poetry, and flame. Brigid was one of the most beloved Celtic deities. She was associated with healing springs, poetic inspiration, smithcraft, fire and light, domestic protection. Her festival, Imbolc, celebrated in early February, marked the first stirrings of spring. Even after Christianization, Brigid remained deeply honored, transformed into Saint Brigid without losing her elemental warmth. The Dagda, father of plenty. A benevolent, wise god associated with abundance, hospitality, protection, magic, music. He carried a cauldron that never ran empty, symbolizing nourishment and generosity. Cernunnos, guardian of animals and forests. Often depicted with antlers, Cernunnos embodied wildlife, fertility, cycles of nature, the liminal space between worlds. He was neither frightening nor savage, he was balance itself. These deities reflect the Celtic understanding that divine forces were not strict categories but shifting expressions of life's energies. Rivers, wells, and the sacred feminine. Water held profound spiritual meaning in the Celtic world. Rivers were often personified as goddesses. Springs were believed to have healing power. Wells were considered portals to the other world. People left offerings such as coins, jewelry, wooden carvings, food, woven branches. These offerings were not sacrifices in the painful sense, they were gifts of gratitude and respect. Rivers like the Boyne in Ireland, Severn in Britain, and Saone in Gaul carried mythic personalities, blending geography with story and spiritual presence. Ancestor veneration and the thin veil between worlds. Celtic spirituality held that the boundary between the living and the dead was permeable. Ancestors were not gone, they were simply across a gentle threshold. During certain times of year, especially Samhain in late autumn, the veil thinned further. Families lit candles, left food on doorsteps, and spoke softly to those who had passed on. Death was not feared as annihilation. It was a journey into a parallel realm, peaceful, mysterious, and still connected to the living. The other world was not hellish. It was a place of youth, beauty, harmony, slow, dreamlike time. The continuity between life and death created a culture where memory had power and remembrance was sacred. Stone circles and ancient monuments. Though many megalithic structures predate the Celts, the Celtic imagination embraced them as spiritual landmarks. Stone circles, standing stones, and burial mounds were seen as places where the land's energy gathered. Sites for rituals. Markers of ancestral presence. Thresholds to the other world. Walking through such sites offered a sense of deep time, of countless generations connected through memory and land. Even today, places like Stonehenge, Avebury, and the stone circles of Cornwall or Brittany carry a quiet weight. Standing before them, one feels history not as dates but as atmosphere. The Celtic year, seasons of light, shadow, and renewal. The Celtic calendar divided the year into distinct festivals, each symbolizing a turning point. Samhain, end of the harvest, beginning of darkness. On October 31st, Samhain marked the end of the agricultural year. Fires were lit, livestock brought in, and the spirits of ancestors welcomed. It was a time of quiet, mystery, and respect for the unseen. Imbolc, first light of spring. Imbolc, in early February, honored Brigid. It celebrated purification, newborn lambs, lengthening light, hope in winter's darkest period. It was gentle, domestic, and filled with ritual cleaning and renewal. Beltane, fires of summer. On May 1st, Beltane ushered in warmth, fertility, and growth. Bonfires were lit, cattle driven between flames for protection, and communities celebrated the vitality of earth. Lunasad, first harvest. In August, Lunasad marked the beginning of harvest season. It celebrated labor, community, and the skills of life. These festivals shaped time into moments of sacred meaning. Myth and story as spiritual framework. Celtic myths were not fixed religious texts. They were fluid, poetic, and deeply atmospheric. Stories of gods, heroes, and spirits taught courage, generosity, humility, wisdom, respect for the land. Their function was not to establish dogma but to explore human experience through imagery and narrative. Celtic myths often unfold in soft, dreamlike ways, where characters slip between worlds, speak with animals, or are visited by symbolic figures. Logic was less important than emotional resonance. This approach mirrors the Celtic landscape, the misty, shifting, layered. Music and poetry, language as sacred medium. Poets, known as bards or fili, were central figures. They held the memory of the people through song. Their verses carried history, genealogy, mythic knowledge, moral teaching. Poetry itself was considered a kind of magic. Words had weight. Rhythm carried power. Song shaped understanding. This belief illuminates why Celtic languages, Irish Gaelic, Welsh, Breton, feel musical and fluid. They evolved in cultures that saw language as a spiritual bridge. A sleep-friendly closing, mist over a Celtic valley. Imagine now a quiet Celtic valley at dusk. A gentle fog drifts across green hills. Sheep graze peacefully. A stream winds through the valley floor, reflecting the sky's softened colors. You follow a small path toward a circle of ancient stones. Moss covers their bases. Ferns grow between them. The air is cool and still. A sense of presence lingers, not threatening, but calm, steady, protective. Nearby, a small fire glows. A druid sits beside it, tracing patterns in the earth, listening to the wind. You join him in silence. The flames crackle softly. The smell of wood smoke mingles with damp earth. Overhead, the first stars appear, faint but comforting. You feel the land itself breathing. You feel the ancient rhythm of the Celtic world. You feel the soft veil between worlds settling gently around you. This is Celtic paganism. A spirituality of mist and memory, of story and land, of deep roots and quiet presence. Let that presence calm your thoughts. Let the soft mist of the ancient world guide you toward rest. Part 9. The Germanic North, Fate, Honor, and the Web of Wyrd. Long before the rise of kingdoms in Scandinavia, before Christianity traveled across fjords and forests, before sagas were written in ink and vellum, the Germanic world stretched from the shadowed forests of Central Europe to the icy coasts of the far north. It was a world shaped by stark winters and luminous summers, by deep pine woods, wide rivers, and winds that carried the scent of snow and salt. In this environment, people lived in small, tightly woven communities, tied to land, kin, and the quiet demands of survival. Germanic paganism took shape within this landscape. It was a religion of honor, kinship, memory, and fate. Its gods were not distant rulers, but beings who shared in the struggle of existence. Its cosmology wove together the seen and unseen in a vast, intricate tapestry known as Wyrd. A term that described not destiny as an unchangeable outcome, but the interwoven, ever-growing fabric of cause and consequence. This chapter invites you into that world, the world of Odin, Thor, Freyja, the Norns, and the quiet spirits that dwelled in forests, stones, and streams. A world where every act contributed to the shaping of fate, where ancestral memory mattered deeply, and where the divine moved through the very forces of nature. Settle your breath now. Let the snow-dusted forests of the north gather around your imagination. Let the steady presence of the ancient Germanic worldview guide you gently toward calmness and rest. A landscape of endurance and beauty. Germanic lands were characterized by dense forests, icy rivers, bogs and marshlands, rugged coastlines, fjords and mountains in the far north, moorlands and windswept plains. The climate required patience and preparation. Winters were long and dim. Summers were brief but radiant. nature's cycles were felt intensely, and survival depended on understanding them. This environment shaped a spirituality centered on resilience, courage, and acceptance of life's hardships without despair. The land itself seemed to speak in quiet tones. The cracking of ice, the rustling of pine branches, the low call of ravens, the slow thaw of spring. Germanic spirituality did not emphasize harmony with nature alone, but participation in its challenges. People honored nature's beauty and feared its dangers, learning to navigate both. Their gods reflected these complexities. Yggdrasil, the world tree and the structure of reality. At the heart of Germanic cosmology stood Yggdrasil, the great ash tree that connected all realms. It was not symbolic. It was the very structure of existence. Its branches stretched into the heavens. Its trunk supported the world of humankind. Its roots extended into deep, mysterious realms. Around it flowed the forces of fate, memory, and time. 3 Norns, Ior, Verandi, and Skuld, tended the well of destiny at its base, weaving the strands of Wyrd. Their work was not judgment, but maintenance of cosmic balance. The 9 worlds linked through Yggdrasil included Asgard, realm of the easy gods; Vanaheim, realm of the Vani; Midgard, realm of humans; Jotunheim, land of giants; Alfheim, home of the elves; Svartalfheim, realm of dwarfs; Hel, the quiet realm of the dead; and other mythic locations shaped by story and belief. This cosmology reflects the Germanic understanding that life is interconnected, layered, and ever-changing. Reality was not static, it was a living structure, tended by divine hands and influenced by mortal choices. The gods: war, wisdom, fertility, and fate. Germanic gods were not perfect beings. They were powerful but vulnerable, courageous yet flawed. They embodied the struggles of life and offered guidance through example, not command. Odin, the All-Father. Odin was the god of wisdom, poetry, war, kingship, magic, fate. He was a seeker, always pursuing knowledge, even at great cost. He gave one eye to drink from Mimir's well of wisdom. He hung on the world tree for 9 nights to learn the runes. His ravens, Hugin and Munin, flew across the world to bring him news. Odin embodied the idea that wisdom requires sacrifice, and that leadership rests on insight rather than brute force. Thor, protector of Midgard. Thor was the god of thunder, strength, protection, agricultural prosperity. Wielding his hammer Mjolnir, he defended gods and humans alike from chaotic forces. He was associated with storms, oak trees, and fertility of the land. People invoked him for protection during travels or storms. Thor was beloved not because he was perfect, but because he was dependable. Freyja, goddess of love, fertility, and seer. Freyja represented love, desire, beauty, magic, transformation. The fertility of land. She was a practitioner of seer, a form of magic that involved weaving fate. She received half of the fallen warriors into her hall, sharing with Odin the responsibilities of the dead. Her presence blended strength with sensuality, independence with compassion. Frey, god of prosperity and peace. Frey, Freyja's brother, governed harvests, wealth, prosperity, good seasons. Peace. He was honored with phallic symbols, symbolizing life force and fertility. Communities invoked him for rain, good crops, and harmony. Tyr, god of law and courage. Tyr embodied sacrifice and justice. When the monstrous wolf Fenrir needed to be bound, Tyr alone placed his hand in its jaws as a pledge, knowing the cost. He lost his hand, but order was maintained. His myth symbolized the Germanic belief that justice requires personal risk. Runes and the power of language. The runic alphabet, known as the Elder Futhark, served as both a writing system and a sacred set of symbols. Each rune carried meaning beyond its phonetic value. Runes were carved into wood, bone, or stone, used in divination, incorporated into charms, inscribed on weapons and tools. Their use was gentle, intentional, and often bound to ritual. They were not merely letters, they were channels of power. Odin's acquisition of the runes through suffering reflected a core idea. Knowledge is sacred, and to wield it requires humility and devotion. The spirits of land and home. Germanic spirituality included an array of spirits that inhabited the natural world. These beings, often called wights, formed an essential part of daily life. Landveti, spirits of the land. These spirits protected regions, farms, and landscapes. Each place had its own landveti, requiring respect. Farmers left offerings before plowing or building, acknowledging the presence and rights of the spirits. Alfar, delves. Elves could be benevolent or dangerous, beautiful or formidable. They influenced fertility, health, and inspiration. Certain hills and mounds were believed to be elf dwellings. Dwarfs. Skilled craftsmen, dwarfs crafted weapons and treasures for gods and heroes. They lived in underground realms, embodying the deep, hidden forces of the earth. Ancestor spirits. Germanic people felt strong connection to their ancestors, believing they continued to protect and advise the living. Burial mounds, household altars, and rituals preserved this relationship. The presence of these spirits emphasizes that Germanic paganism was not solely a religion of gods, but a complex ecosystem of beings, forces, and presences. Fate, Wyrd, and the ethics of honor. Central to Germanic belief was Wyrd, the ever-weaving fabric of fate. Wyrd was neither deterministic nor random. Every action influenced the shape of future possibilities. The Norns tended the world's fate at the roots of Yggdrasil, weaving each life's thread into the larger tapestry. But human choices mattered. Courage, generosity, loyalty, and integrity strengthened one's thread, creating lasting honor. Honor was a form of immortality. A good name outlived the body. Acts of bravery or kindness resonated across generations. This ethical worldview helped people face hardship with dignity. Life was fragile. Winters were harsh. Wars were frequent. But meaning came from how one acted within those conditions, not from the promise of paradise. Rituals of community and season. Like other pagan systems, Germanic religion was structured around seasonal festivals. Yule, amid winter. Yule celebrated the rebirth of the sun. Families lit fires, shared feasts, and honored ancestors. Evergreen boughs and candles symbolized hope during the darkest days. Ostara, spring renewal. Ostara honored the returning light, new life, and the goddess associated with dawn and fertility. Eggs, rabbits, and blooming flowers symbolized renewal. Midsummer, height of light. Bonfires, dancing, and feasting marked the summer solstice. Communities invoked protection, strength, and fertility for crops and livestock. Harvest festivals. Autumn celebrations honored Frey and the spirits of the land, giving thanks for abundance and preparing for winter. These festivals strengthened community bonds and reflected gratitude for nature's gifts. The sacredness of oath and kinship. In Germanic culture, oaths carried immense weight. To swear an oath was to place one's fate on the line. Breaking an oath damaged not only an individual's honor, but the spiritual fabric of community. Kinship formed the backbone of society. Family lines were honored, remembered, and tied to land. Ancestors were invoked to bless homes and guide decisions. This emphasis on kinship created social stability and emotional continuity. Death, afterlife, and the quiet realm of hell. Germanic beliefs about death were varied and nuanced. Hell, the peaceful realm of the dead. Despite later misunderstandings, hell was not a place of torment. It was a calm, shadowed realm where most souls went, the elderly, the sick, those who died peacefully. It was ruled by Hel, a solemn goddess whose role was not punishment, but guardianship. Valhalla and Folkvanga. Those who died bravely in battle were divided between Valhalla, Odin's Hall. Folkvanga, Freyja's Field. These realms were not rewards in the moral sense. They were extensions of a warrior's life, reflecting the central role of courage and honor. Burial mounds. People built burial mounds for honored dead. These mounds served as ancestral homes, spiritual landmarks, places for quiet rituals. The afterlife was not distant. It was near, woven into land and memory. A sleep-friendly closing. Snowfall over a northern forest. Imagine now a quiet northern forest in winter. Snow falls softly, layering the earth in a thick, peaceful blanket. Pine trees rise like silent guardians, their branches dusted with white. The air is crisp and still, filled with the faint scent of wood smoke from a distant hearth. A small path winds through the trees. You follow it slowly, your footsteps muffled by snow. Ahead, you see a great tree, tall, ancient, its branches reaching into the dim winter sky. Beneath it rests a stone, smooth and cold, carved long ago with faint runes that glow softly in the gathering dusk. You stand before the tree. The world around you feels quiet, timeless, connected. The snow continues to fall, gentle, rhythmic, steady. You breathe deeply, feeling the calmness of the Germanic world. The acceptance of fate. The warmth of kinship. The strength of endurance. The soft presence of spirits in forest and field. This is the essence of Germanic paganism. A world of dignity, resilience, memory, and the intricate web of WYRD connecting all things. Let that quiet strength settle into your thoughts. Let the falling snow calm your mind. Let the ancient northern forest guide you toward rest. Part 10. The Finnic spirits, sagas, and the soul of the Northeast. In the far northeastern stretches of Europe, beyond the great forests of the Germanic world and the rolling meadows of the Slavs, lies a landscape shaped by water, stone, and silence. It is a land of countless lakes, still as mirrors, deep as memory. It is a land of marshlands and river deltas, of birch forests shimmering in pale summer light, of long winters where daylight lingers only briefly on the horizon. This is the ancestral world of the Finnic peoples, the early Finns, Karelians, Estonians, Votes, Ingrians, and related communities that inhabited the region long before written records. Finnic spirituality emerged from this environment, shaped by slow seasons, quiet expanses, and the constant presence of water. It was a religion of spirits rather than gods, of songs rather than temples, of deep-rooted memory carried through oral tradition. In this world, the boundary between human and nature was thin. The land was not simply inhabited, it was alive and listening. This chapter invites you into that world. A world where lakes breathe mist at dawn, where shamans journey in trance, where forests whisper with unseen company, and where the power of a well-sung poem can heal, protect, or transform. Let your breath slow. Let the soft, reflective atmosphere of the Finnic Northeast guide your mind toward calmness and rest. A landscape of water, light, and silence. The Finnic homelands included what is today Finland, Estonia, Karelia, and parts of northwestern Russia. The landscape is characterized by thousands of lakes, slow rivers, rocky outcrops shaped by ancient glacier, moss-covered forests, marshlands and wetlands, long winters of snow and stillness, luminous summers of near-endless daylight. The extremes of light and darkness shaped the rhythm of life. Summers were short, bright, energetic. Winters were long, quiet, introspective. Finnic spirituality mirrored this environment. It was neither dramatic nor monumental. It was subtle, intimate, and cyclical. It felt the pulse of water, the hush of snowfall, the glow of midsummer fires. In this land of gentle contrasts, the unseen world was not separate from the visible one, it was woven through it like light through mist. A world of spirits rather than gods. Unlike Greek or Roman paganism with their structured pantheons, Finnic spirituality centered on spirits, beings associated with specific places, forces, or aspects of life. These spirits were called by many names across Finnic cultures, but a common term was haltia. A haltia could inhabit a lake, a forest grove, a large stone, a household, a person, an animal, a craft or activity, even a particular moment in time. Haltias were not all-powerful. They were companions, guardians, or watchers. The relationship between humans and haltias was reciprocal. Respectful behavior maintained harmony. Neglect or disrespect created imbalance. This worldview was modest and profoundly ecological. It required attentiveness to the environment, gratitude for resources, and humility in the face of nature's power. The forest spirit, Metsähaltia. The forest spirit embodied the essence of the woods. Hunters asked its permission before entering. Offerings of bread, drink, or whispered words were common. If a hunter became lost, it was said that the forest spirit had turned its back. To appease it, one might sing a calming song or leave a gift. Water spirits, Veidenhaltia. Lake and river spirits were powerful and sometimes unpredictable. Fishermen addressed them with respect, asking for safety and abundance. Water spirits were believed to influence weather, travel, and the health of nearby villages. House spirit, Kotihaltia. Every household had a Kotihaltia, akin to the Slavic domovoi or Roman la. It protected the family, kept watch over livestock, and moderated domestic harmony. Families offered small portions of food or drink to honor this unseen companion. Spirits of craft and skill. Activities like weaving, smithing, brewing, and healing each had their own associated spirits. A skilled craftsman often sang invocations as he worked, seeking cooperation from friendly forces. The importance of song, poetry, and oral knowledge. Finnic paganism was inseparable from song. The poetic tradition known as runosong, in the meter later codified in the Finnish Kalevala, was central to how people understood the world. These songs passed down myths, conveyed history, healed illness, protected travelers, ensured success in hunting or fishing, strengthened community bonds. The power did not lie merely in the words, but in the act of singing. Rhythm created focus. Repetition built energy. The singer's voice bridged the gap between seen and unseen worlds. A skilled singer could recall vast genealogies, recount mythic journeys, perform healing spells, calm storms, soothe restless spirits, negotiate with haltiers. Singing was a form of magic, a gentle but potent shaping of reality. Shamans and the journey between worlds. Many Finnic peoples practiced forms of shamanism, where certain individuals, sometimes called wise men or wise women, could enter trance states to communicate with spirits. These shamans beat drums, sang runo poems, entered dreamlike visions, sought guidance from ancestors, healed illness, recovered lost souls, negotiated with troubled spirits. The shaman's journey often involved symbolic travel through layers of the world. The physical realm, the realm of ancestors, the realm of spirits, the realm of the dead, the realm of cosmic forces. In trance, the shaman navigated challenges, encountered spirit helpers, and gathered knowledge for their community. This practice was not theatrical. It was quiet, intentional, and deeply rooted in tradition. It reinforced the Finnic view that the boundary between worlds was thin, permeable, and navigable for those with training and discipline. The Kalevala worldview, creation through song and effort. Though written down in the 19th century, the Kalevala preserves fragments of ancient Finnic mythology. Its stories reveal much about the spiritual worldview. Creation through song. In the Kalevala, creation happens not through command or battle, but through effort, accident, and song. A waterbird lays eggs on the knee of a goddess floating in the sea. When the eggs fall and break, the world forms from their pieces. This origin story emphasizes gentleness, chance, beauty in imperfection, the creative power of nature. Väinämöinen, the wise singer. Väinämöinen, the central figure, is not a warrior or a king. He is a singer, old, patient, knowing. His power comes from knowledge and poetry. With song alone he can calm storms, defeat enemies, mend hearts, shape the world. This reflects the Finnic belief that wisdom and calmness are greater than physical force. Ilmarinen, the eternal smith. Ilmarinen, the divine blacksmith, represents craft, perseverance, and transformation through work. He forges the sky's dome, symbolizing human effort as a cosmic act. Louhi, mistress of the north. Louhi is a powerful, enigmatic woman who commands spirits, weaves spells, and tests heroes. She is not a villain but a guardian of difficult knowledge, reflecting the moral complexity of Finnic myth. These characters reflect values central to Finnic spirituality. Patience, skill, humility, cooperation with nature. The quiet power of persistence. Land and ancestors, memory lived through place. In Finnic tradition, ancestors were not distant figures. They were woven into the land itself. Villages honored the dead through songs, quiet offerings, visits to burial sites, maintaining familial lands. The afterlife was not conceived as a distant heaven or hell. Rather, it was a realm parallel to the living world, a shadowed extension of forests, lakes, and hills. Ancestors offered guidance in dreams. Their presence could be felt near natural landmarks, especially old trees, stones, hills, riversides. This belief kept communities grounded in a deep sense of continuity. Magic and the quiet power of nature. Finnic magic was subtle, rooted in observation and respect. It involved herbs, water, fire, song, carved symbols, ritual objects. Magic aimed not to dominate but to harmonize. Healing illnesses, easing childbirth, protecting travelers, calming livestock, blessing fields, ensuring safe passage over water. The worldview saw humans as part of a vast, interconnected ecosystem. To heal someone was also to heal a relationship with spirits, ancestors, or nature itself. Seasonal cycles and sacred times. Finnic spirituality followed the slow arc of seasons. Midwinter, talvi. Winter was long and deep. The Finnic peoples embraced it with candle rituals, warm communal gatherings, songs to protect against darkness. Midwinter emphasized endurance and quiet hope. Spring, kevat. Spring brought melting snow, migrating birds, returning sunlight. Rituals focused on awakening land spirits, encouraging growth, and blessing fields. Summer, Johannes. Midsummer, Johannes, was one of the most important festivals. People lit bonfires by lakes, sang songs through the night, and welcomed the brief season of abundance. Water, fire, and air blended into a harmony of light. Autumn, Syksy. Autumn marked harvest, gratitude, and preparation for winter. Offerings were made to land spirits, thanking them for their care. Each season carried spiritual meaning, reinforcing the belief that time itself is sacred. Christianization and the persistence of memory. Christianity reached the Finnic regions later than much of Europe, often by force or through slow integration. Yet the old beliefs did not vanish. Instead, they merged subtly with Christian practices. For centuries, people continued to sing runo songs, honor household spirits quietly, tell stories of shamans and heroes, treat lakes and forests as sacred, observe midsummer with ancient customs. Finnic paganism survived not through defiance but through gentleness, through small rituals, songs, and memories passed quietly from one generation to the next. A sleep-friendly closing, dawn mist on a lake. Imagine now an early morning on a quiet northern lake. Mist rises slowly from the water, drifting in pale, delicate folds. The surface of the lake is perfectly still, reflecting birch trees along the shore. The air is cool, fresh, lightly scented with pine. A small wooden boat rests at the water's edge. A singer sits inside it, humming an ancient melody. The sound is soft, steady, woven from memory and breath. The song drifts across the lake, merging with the mist, calming the air. Nearby, a stone stands half covered in moss. An unseen presence. Gentle, familiar, seems to watch over the lake and the forest beyond. This is the spirit of place, the haltia, quiet and patient. You stand on the shore, breathing slowly. The lake glows faintly with early light. The world feels peaceful, alive in ways that are subtle and steady. This is Finnic paganism. A spirituality of water, silence, song, and ancestral memory, woven into land and life with gentle persistence. Let that mist settle softly into your thoughts. Let the quiet northern lake guide you toward rest. Part 11. The Iberian and Lusitanian gods of the Far West. On the far western edge of Europe, where land meets the vast Atlantic and mountains rise in long rugged chains, lived the ancient Iberian and Lusitanian peoples. Long before Roman legions marched across the peninsula, before Christian monks carved monasteries into cliffs and hillsides, the land was home to tribes whose beliefs grew out of wind, stone, river, and sky. Their world was shaped by granite mountains, fast-flowing rivers, oak and cork forests, and coastlines battered by restless waves. This chapter explores the pagan traditions that once flourished in the lands of modern Spain and Portugal, a world mysterious, atmospheric, and far less documented than the religions of Greece or Rome. The Iberians left few written records. Their beliefs survived through archaeology, fragmentary inscriptions, Roman commentary, and echoes in folklore. Yet from these pieces, a picture emerges of a spirituality deeply tied to landforms and natural forces. A religion of mountains, wild horses, thunderous storms, and sacred springs. Let your breath soften. Imagine the warm western winds, the scent of sun-baked herbs on rocky hillsides, the sound of waves pounding cliffs near dusk. Allow the ancient world of the Far West to unfold quietly around you. A land of contrasts and power. The Iberian Peninsula is one of the most geographically varied regions in Europe. Its ancient inhabitants lived within a mosaic of landscapes. The high plateaus of Castile. The mountains of the Cantabrian and Pyrenees. The fertile valleys of the Guadalquivir and Ebro. The rugged hills of Galicia and northern Portugal. The cork oak forests of Extremadura. The rocky coasts of the Atlantic and Mediterranean. The climate ranged from gentle Mediterranean breezes to harsh continental winters. The land was unpredictable, capable of abundance or scarcity, calm or fury. For the Iberians and Lusitanians, this landscape was not passive. It was alive, expressive, and full of spiritual currents. Mountains had personalities. Rivers carried hidden strength. Storms revealed the presence of powerful gods. Springs and wells were thresholds to deeper worlds. Their religion grew organically from this land, without strict hierarchy, without fixed myths, without a unified pantheon. Instead, it was a living, shifting conversation between people and place. Sacred mountains and the spirits of stone. Mountains dominated Iberian spirituality. The people believed gods dwelled in high places, peaks where clouds gathered and storms broke open. Trebaruna, goddess of the home and sacred hills. Trebaruna was a Lusitanian goddess tied to hearth, hilltop sanctuaries, protection, community. Her name suggests both home and fortress, reflecting the dual nature of Iberian settlements, places of warmth and defense. Offerings left for her included small clay vessels, animal bones, or symbolic objects buried in hearths or mountain shrines. Arrentius and Arentia, divine pair of mountains and water. These deities appear in inscriptions across Portugal and western Spain. They formed a sacred pair representing mountains, springs, healing waters, protection of travelers. People made pilgrimages to high places where their presence was believed strongest. Even today, some of these hills hold small chapels built over older pagan sites. Endovelicus, god of prophecy and healing. Endovelicus was one of the most revered deities of the Western Iberian world. His sanctuaries often stood on cliffs or mountains. People visited them seeking dreams, visions, healing, insight into the future. Animals, especially boars and stags, were sacred to him. Springs near his shrines were believed to carry his blessing. The emphasis on mountains reflects an ancient Iberian belief: the higher the place, the thinner the veil between worlds. Rivers, springs, and wells, gateways of power. Water played a central role in Iberian spirituality. Rivers like the Tagus, Douro, and Minho were not just physical features, they were beings with agency. Nabia, goddess of rivers and springs. Nabia appears frequently in inscriptions across Portugal and Galicia. She was associated with rivers, healing springs, flowing water, protection, fertility. Her temples often sat near riverbanks or natural fountains. Even centuries later, Christian pilgrims continued to seek healing at these waters, testimony to the persistence of her memory. The power of springs and wells. Springs were believed to heal illness, reveal omens, ease childbirth, cleanse spiritual impurities. People offered coins, jewelry, pottery, and bread to the waters. They whispered requests or gratitude into the rippling surface. Water was a living presence, a partner in survival. The sky, storms, and the thunder god. Storms were a regular feature of Atlantic Iberia. People saw them as messages from divine beings. Rio, god of thunder and sky. Rio was a powerful sky god associated with storms, lightning, thunder, cosmic order. He resembled other Indo-European storm gods but remained distinctly Iberian. His worship included outdoor rituals on hilltops, where lightning was most visible. Cosmic forces and celestial cycles. Other Iberian inscriptions reference a goddess of the moon, a divine force of the sun, seasonal deities tied to harvest and animal cycles. The people marked time by phases of the moon, solstices, equinoxes, seasonal migrations of animals. Night skies in the ancient Iberian world were clear and unpolluted. Stars served as guides for travelers, sailors, and shepherds. The heavens were a slow-moving manuscript of divine messages. Animals as messengers and companions. Animals played a prominent spiritual role. They were not worshipped but honored as carriers of meaning. The horse. The horse was sacred, symbolizing freedom, power, communication between worlds. Wild horses roamed the hills of Galicia and northern Portugal. Their grace and independence shaped myths and symbols. The wolf. The wolf embodying courage, skill, and a connection to the ancestral realm. Some Iberian tribes claimed wolf ancestry, believing their warrior spirit flowed through them. The boar. Boars symbolized strength, protection, wild nature, divine favor in battle. Offerings to boar-associated gods have been uncovered in multiple archaeological sites. The serpent. Serpents represented healing and regeneration. Springs associated with snakes were considered especially powerful. These animals acted as bridges between human communities and the wild, sacred world. The role of sanctuaries and ritual sites. Iberian religious sites were typically hilltop citadels, open-air sanctuaries, groves, springs, caves, river crossings. People visited them during key moments: births, marriages, harvest, illness, transition from youth to adulthood, before journeys or battles. Stone inscriptions and offerings. Stone altars with dedications to Iberian gods have been found across western Spain and Portugal. Offerings included bronze plaques, figurines, ceramic vessels, carved stones, animal remains. The simplicity and earthiness of these offerings reflect the pragmatic, grounded nature of Iberian spirituality. Priests, seers, and ritual specialists. While far less documented than Druids or Germanic shamans, Iberian spiritual specialists likely included healers, diviners, herbalists, dream interpreters, guardians of sacred sites. They performed rituals involving fire, water, smoke, chant, movement in circles, trance or dream incubation. Many of their practices survived subtly into Christian folk traditions, especially in healing blessings and ritual prayers tied to water sources. The importance of community and kinship. Iberian societies were tribal, organized around extended families and clans. Religion was a communal affair. Festivals involved feasting, dance, processions, animal offerings, storytelling, honoring ancestors. These gatherings strengthened bonds. They affirmed shared identity in lands where survival required cooperation. Ancestors held deep significance. Burial sites often occupied hills or prominent places. The dead were believed to watch over the living and influence the land's prosperity. The mystery of Lusitanian war rituals. The Romans recorded that Lusitanian warriors engaged in ecstatic rituals before battle, possibly invoking gods through song, rhythmic movement, trance-like states, symbolic animal behavior. These practices were not chaotic but deeply spiritual. They aligned the warrior spirits with the forces of wild nature, wolves, horses, storms, ensuring courage and clarity. The emphasis on harmony with animal spirits reflects the animistic foundation of Iberian belief. Christianization, slow, layered, and incomplete. Christianity spread unevenly across Iberia. The Roman occupation introduced new ideas, but rural regions clung to pagan customs long after official conversion. Many pagan elements survived by blending with Christian practices. Sacred springs became sites of Marian devotion. Hilltop sanctuaries gained chapels, but rituals continued. Festivals aligned with solstices retained older symbolism. Saints adopted qualities of ancient gods. Processions continued along ancient pilgrimage routes. In this way, The pagan world of Iberia did not vanish, it transformed, softened, and flowed into new traditions. A sleep-friendly closing. Sunset along the Atlantic coast. Imagine now a quiet evening on the ancient Iberian coast. The sun sinks slowly into the Atlantic, leaving a trail of gold across the waves. The air carries the scent of salt, warm stone, and wild herbs growing along the cliffs. You walk along a rocky path toward a hilltop where an old sanctuary once stood. The stones are worn smooth by centuries of wind. You place your hand on their surface, feeling the faint warmth left by the day. Below, waves crash in slow, rhythmic pulses, soft, steady, eternal. Seabirds circle overhead, gliding effortlessly on the breeze. A spring nearby trickles into a small pool, reflecting the fading light like liquid silver. In this moment, you feel the presence of the ancient gods of the far west. The quiet strength of mountains. The soft whisper of springs. The distant rumble of storms. The gentle guardianship of ancestors. The world feels grounded, calm, and ageless. This is Iberian and Lusitanian paganism. A spirituality of land and stone, water and wind, memory and resilience. Let the rhythm of the Atlantic soothe you. Let the ancient western hills carry you gently toward rest. Part 12. Pagan Gaul and the spirit of the Western tribes. Before Rome spread its legions across Western Europe, long before Latin became the language of law and liturgy, the lands that we now know as France, Belgium, Switzerland, and parts of northern Italy and western Germany were home to hundreds of Celtic-speaking tribes collectively known as the Gauls. Their territory was vast, rich in forests, rivers, vineyards, and fertile plains. It was a world of small villages and fortified hilltop settlements known as oppida, a world where people lived close to the land, guided by the rhythms of farming, seasonal festivals, and the teachings of Druids. Gaulish religion, like other Celtic traditions, was deeply connected to nature. But it also had its own character, shaped by the region's distinct geography and social organization. It was a religion that honored rivers and springs, revered oak forests, consulted oracles, and held rituals at crossroads and clearings. The gods of Gaul were many, often local, paired, or associated with specific places. Their worship was flexible, layered, shifting, like the fog that drifts over the river valleys at dawn. This chapter brings you into that world. A world where sacred animals move through the forest at twilight, where druids speak softly beneath ancient oaks, where the spirits of rivers listen to human voices drifting across the water, and where offerings of bronze, gold, and carved wood are placed gently into springs to maintain balance and harmony. Let your breath soften. Let the landscape of ancient Gaul, the forests, the meadows, the stone-lined rivers, settle quietly around your imagination. A landscape rich in symbol and presence. The land of Gaul was varied and atmospheric. Vast forests of beech and oak. Rolling farmland. Mountains in the Alps and Pyrenees. Wide rivers such as the Rhône, Seine, and Loire. Marshlands and freshwater lakes. Coastal plains touching the Atlantic and Mediterranean. To the people of Gaul, this land was not simply a resource. It was suffused with presence. Every grove had a spirit. Every spring had a guardian. Every river carried meaning. Sacredness was not confined to temples. It lived in the whisper of wind through leaves, the coolness rising from stone-lined springs, the movement of water across pebbles, the hush of a forest path at dusk. The Gauls saw the land as layered, with visible and unseen dimensions overlapping gently. This belief shaped their rituals and worldview. The Druids of Gaul, knowledge woven through memory. The Druids of Gaul were central to spiritual life. Although similar in role to those of Britain and Ireland, the Gaulish Druids had their own traditions and regional variations. They were philosophers, judges, healers, teachers, astronomers, poets, ceremonial leaders. They preserved knowledge entirely through oral tradition, committing thousands of verses and teachings to memory. A Druid's training could last 20 years or more, requiring memorization of myths, mastery of poetic forms, understanding of medicinal plants, interpreting omens, learning the cycles of the moon and sun, knowledge of law and tribal history. To the Gauls, the Druid was not simply a religious leader but a guardian of wisdom, a mediator between people and the unseen world. When a major decision arose, such as war, alliances, or the settlement of disputes, the Druids were consulted. They sought guidance from nature, from signs, from ritual patterns passed down through generations. Gods of Gaul, local, paired, and multifaceted. The gods of Gaul were numerous. Unlike Greek or Roman pantheons, Gaulish deities were not centralized or standardized. Each tribe had its own gods, many of whom were linked to specific locations or natural features. Tyrannes, the thunder god. Tyrannes was associated with thunder, lightning, sky power, protection, cosmic cycles. He resembled other Indo-European thunder gods, but Gaulish worship often emphasized the wheel as his symbol, representing the turning of the heavens. Isis, the forest and sacrifice. Isis was enigmatic, associated with forests, wild nature, fate, the renewal of cycles. His iconography suggests a god of balance between life and death, between cultivation and wilderness. Tutatis, the tribal protector. Tutatis, meaning god of the tribe, protected communities. His worship varied widely, but he represented social cohesion and continuity. Each tribe honored its own local form of this deity. Epona, goddess of horses. Epona, perhaps the most widely honored Gaulish deity, was associated with horses, travel, protection, fertility, the other world. Her cult spread into the Roman Empire, where she was revered by cavalry units. She symbolizes the importance of horses in Gaulish culture. Sequana, goddess of the Seine. Rivers were especially sacred. Sequana, the spirit of the Seine's source, received offerings of bronze figurines and small treasures. People sought her for healing, blessing, and guidance. Belenus, god of light and healing. Belenus was associated with sunlight, purification, healing waters, warmth, springtime. Sanctuaries dedicated to him often included thermal springs. These gods reveal a pattern in Gaulish spirituality, deities connected not to abstract concepts, but to places, forces, and the rhythms of nature. Sacred groves and natural temples. Like other Celtic cultures, the Gauls considered certain groves, nemata, as holy places. But in Gaul, groves were particularly central. They offered shade, quiet, a sense of enclosure, filtered light that felt otherworldly. The sound of rustling leaves, interpreted as spiritual whispers. Rituals in groves were gentle, involving offerings of food or drink, spoken prayers, the placement of carved wooden figures, the lighting of small fires, the singing of hymns led by druids. These groves were not primitive spaces, they were intentional, sacred, and treated with reverence. Sanctuaries of water, stone, and offering. Gaulish sanctuaries often featured springs, fountains, lakes, riversides, stone basins, carved stones, wooden votive figures. Water was believed to carry prayers and offerings into the deeper world. Archaeological sites reveal deposits of coins, jewelry, bronze figurines, carved limbs offered for healing, tools, weapons, ceramics, ritual objects. These items were placed gently in water or buried near springs. Healing sanctuaries. At places like the Source de la Seine, pilgrims came seeking physical and spiritual healing. They consulted druids, participated in purification rituals, and left offerings to river deities. Healing was seen as a process of restoring harmony, not only in the body but in the relationships between humans, spirits, and land. Animals in Gaulish spirituality. Animals held deep symbolic significance in Gaul. The stag, symbol of regeneration, nobility, connection to the other world. Stags moved gracefully through forests and appeared frequently in Gaulish art. The bull, symbol of strength and fertility. Some sanctuaries included bull sculptures, linking them to protective deities. The horse. Horse symbolism permeated Gaulish culture. Mobility, independence, spirit travel, guidance in dreams, connection to Epona. The boar, symbol of courage and ferocity, often associated with warriors and tribal identity. Birds. Birds were messengers, omens, and companions of deities. Druids interpreted their patterns and calls. Animals were not worshipped as gods but were honored as carriers of divine qualities. Festivals and the rhythm of the year. Gaulish festivals followed agricultural and lunar patterns. They were communal, rhythmic, and deeply tied to the cycles of nature. Spring rituals. Celebrations welcomed new life, purified fields, and invoked warmth. Fire rituals encouraged crops to grow strong and healthy. Summer festivals. Connected to light, prosperity, and healing. Bonfires burned on hilltops during the solstice. Autumn rituals. Marked harvest, gratitude, and preparation for winter. Offerings honored the spirits of land and ancestors. Winter mysteries. Focused on introspection, story sharing, and maintaining household protection during the long nights. The year was not linear. It moved in a circle, returning to key moments of renewal and release. The role of crossroads and thresholds. Crossroads held particular significance. They were places where boundaries met and where different paths converged. The unseen world was believed to be close at such intersections. People left offerings of bread, coins, herbs tied with twine, figurines carved from wood. These rituals asked for protection during journeys or clarity in difficult decisions. Thresholds, doorways, Gates, borders, were also sacred, marking transitions between spaces and realms. Ancestor reverence and memory. Like many ancient peoples, the Gauls honored their ancestors with burial mounds, grave goods, seasonal rites, spoken remembrance, meals shared near tombs during festivals. Ancestors were not feared, they were guides, protectors, and sources of wisdom. Their presence lingered in forests, fields, and sacred hills. This reverence created continuity, grounding individuals in a long lineage of memory. Roman influence and transformation. When Rome conquered Gaul, its religion did not disappear. Instead, it changed form. The Romans practiced interpretatio Romana, identifying local gods with Roman equivalents. This allowed Gaulish deities to survive. Lugus became associated with Mercury, Taranis with Jupiter. Epona remained uniquely herself. Belenus merged with Apollo. Temples were built over sacred groves, but many rituals continued in subtle ways. Springs associated with Celtic goddesses became sites of Marian devotion. Hilltop sanctuaries became chapels. Festivals aligned with Christian holidays retained ancient symbols. Thus, Gaulish paganism did not vanish, it flowed quietly into folk practices, becoming part of the cultural memory of the region. A sleep-friendly closing, fog rising over a Gaulish river. Imagine now a quiet river at dawn in ancient Gaul. Mist rises from the water in soft, curling tendrils. The sky glows with pale light, hinting at the coming sun. Birch trees stand along the banks, their leaves trembling gently in the cool air. You walk slowly toward a sacred spring. A small stone basin holds clear, flowing water. Beside it lies a wooden offering, simple, carved with care. The Druids have already passed through earlier that morning, leaving quiet blessings in the air. The river moves calmly, its surface smooth as polished glass. Birds call softly from the trees. The world feels hushed, reflective, ancient. You dip your hand into the spring. The water is cool, pure, steady. You feel a sense of peace, as if the land itself acknowledges your presence. This is the spirit of Gaulish paganism. A world where forests breathe quietly, rivers listen, gods dwell in light and stone, and ancestors walk gently alongside the living. Let the mist of that ancient river valley settle into your thoughts. Let the quiet presence of the Gaulish world guide you toward rest. Part 13. The Alpine and Rhaetian traditions of the high mountains. Before medieval villages clung to mountain slopes, before monks carved monasteries into cliffs, before Christian pilgrims crossed icy passes on their way south, the towering Alps were home to peoples whose beliefs grew from snow, stone, wind, and sky. These ancient mountain cultures, often grouped under the names Rhaetian, Alpine Celtic, and various pre-Roman tribes, lived in one of the most dramatic landscapes in Europe. Their world rose sharply toward the heavens. Valleys lay deep and shadowed. Peaks glistened with snow even in summer. Rivers rushed down slopes with a power that seemed both dangerous and divine. The spirituality of these mountain peoples reflected the grandeur and difficulty of their environment. It was a religion of height and depth, of echoing caverns and thunderous skies, of spirits that lived in cliffs, storms, and springs. It honored animals adapted to altitude, revered the forces that governed avalanches and weather, and treated natural landmarks as temples in themselves. Let your breathing slow. Let the vast stillness of the ancient Alps gather around you, white peaks, cold winds, deep forests, inviting your mind into a place of quiet and rest. A world sculpted by stone and weather. The Alps were not merely mountains in the eyes of their earliest inhabitants, they were the spine of the world. This landscape was defined by enormous stone peaks rising into clouds, glacier carving valleys into sweeping curves, waterfalls crashing down sheer cliffs, dense fir and spruce forests at lower elevations, subalpine meadows filled with hardy flowers, caves carved by ancient ice, unpredictable weather, shifting from sunlight to storms within minutes. Isolation shaped the lives of these communities. Villages were small, scattered, and connected by narrow trails. Travel was dangerous. Seasons were intense. Winter snow could block mountain passes for months. This environment fostered a spirituality of respect. The forces of nature were not gentle, they were powerful, commanding, and worthy of reverence. People lived in a kind of partnership with their landscape, reading its moods and acknowledging its authority. Gods and spirits of the high places. Unlike the more organized pantheons of Rome or Greece, Alpine religions were local and varied. Yet certain themes recur across the region. Gods of mountains and sky. The highest peaks were seen as homes of divine beings. One such deity was Taranukas, a mountain and thunder god worshipped in regions of the Eastern Alps. He embodied storms breaking across ridges, echoes rolling through valleys, the awe-inspiring force of lightning at altitude. Though similar to other Indo-European storm gods, Taranukas had a distinctly alpine character. Moody, dramatic, yet protective of those who honored him. Goddesses of peaks and snow. Female deities were often associated with mountain summits, particularly those covered in snow year-round. These goddesses represented purity, endurance, isolation, cycles of freeze and thaw. They watched over shepherds, travelers, and hunters. Some were seen as gentle guardians, others as unpredictable forces tied to avalanches or fog. Spirits of cliffs and caves. Caves and rock formations played an enormous spiritual role. They were perceived as entrances to the underworld, dwellings of guardian spirits, places of ancestral memory. Rhaetian tribes left votive offerings in caves, figurines, pottery shards, metal ornaments, evidence of quiet acts of reverence. Deities of springs and glacial waters. High-altitude springs were sacred. Water emerging cold and clear from mountain rock was believed to carry healing power. Certain springs were tended by dedicated guardians or priests. The cult of waterfalls and rivers. Water in the mountains behaves with a kind of personality, sometimes gentle, sometimes furious. Alpine peoples sensed the presence of spirits in these waters. Neas and local river goddesses. Although Neas is a Latinized interpretation, local water beings existed long before Roman contact. They governed waterfalls plunging from cliffs, icy rivers cutting through valleys, warm springs bubbling from mineral-rich rock. Travelers offered small tokens to these spirits, bits of bread, herbs, or polished stones, to ensure safe passage along treacherous paths. The rushing river as divine voice. In deep valleys, the roar of water echoed endlessly. Many believed these constant sounds carried messages, warnings, or blessings from the spirit world. Water was a teacher. Its persistence shaped stone. Its coldness kept the land alive. Its movement connected high peaks to lowlands. To honor water was to honor connection. Animals as alpine symbols and messengers. The creatures that inhabited the Alps shaped myth and ritual. The ibex. A sacred animal in many alpine cultures, the ibex symbolized agility, endurance, sovereign mastery of dangerous heights. Its ability to navigate sheer cliffs made it a messenger between human and divine realms. The bear. Across European pagan traditions, the bear held sacred power. In the Alps, it symbolized strength, cycles of sleep and rebirth, protective guardianship. Some cave sanctuaries contain bear remains arranged in patterns, suggesting ritual significance. The eagle. Eagles soared high above valleys, embodying vision, sky power, communication between worlds. To see an eagle circling a peak was considered a sign of spiritual presence. The marmot and the goat. More humble creatures, but still honored as part of the living ecosystem. Shepherds attributed omens to their behavior. Animals were not worshipped as gods, but they were respected as teachers and carriers of natural wisdom. Sanctuaries on mountain tops and in hidden places. Alpine sanctuaries were rarely monumental. They existed in places where the land itself felt sacred. Hilltop shrines. Many peaks hosted stone circles or simple enclosures, serving as sites for seasonal offerings, sky-related rituals, communal gatherings during solstices. The high air was thin, cold, and clear, ideal for observing celestial events. Cave sanctuaries. Caves served as natural temples. Inside, people lit small fires, left offerings, and sought visions through the echoing stillness. Some caves show evidence of ritual feasting and gatherings dating back thousands of years. Forest clearings. Lower elevations held sacred groves similar to Celtic nematode. Fir and spruce trees surrounded these open spaces, where prayers were spoken, stories were recited, children were blessed, marriages were acknowledged. The feel of these groves was hushed, cool, and green. Rituals of the Alpine year. Mountain peoples lived by the seasons. Their rituals corresponded to crucial times of the year. Spring, the awakening of the mountains. Spring arrived late at high altitudes. Rituals focused on melting snow, returning livestock to pastures, protecting fields from frost, blessing newborn animals. Offerings of milk and herbs were made to land spirits. Summer. The time of light and grazing. Summer was short but abundant. Rituals involved lighting fires on high ridges, singing to encourage good weather, honoring the sun at its highest point, thanking water spirits for healthy rivers. Mountain pastures became places of spiritual as well as practical importance. Autumn, harvest and descent. As days shortened, communities prepared for winter. Rituals emphasized gratitude, storing food, invoking protection against snowstorms, honoring ancestors before the cold months. Autumn festivals celebrated survival and memory. Winter, stillness and storytelling. Winter in the Alps was long, quiet, and introspective. People stayed close to hearth fires. Spirits of the mountains were believed to wander more freely during long nights. Winter rituals included storytelling, sacred songs, divination, honoring of household spirits. Winter was a time of patience and reflection. Magic, medicine, and mountain knowledge. Alpine healers drew their wisdom from herbs growing in rocky soil, glacial water, mineral springs, knowledge of weather, animal behavior, centuries of oral knowledge. These healers often performed rituals, quietly, without ceremony, to ease illness, protect shepherds, bless newborns, calm storms before dangerous climbs. Mountain magic was practical. It was gentle. It aimed for balance, the Rhaetian script and the influence of neighbors. The Rhaetians developed their own writing system, influenced by Etruscans to the south. Some inscriptions remain, short, enigmatic, hinting at ritual use. Later, Celtic, Roman, and Germanic influence blended with Alpine traditions. Roman gods merged with mountain deities. Celtic ritual survived in festivals. Germanic spirits found echoes in Alpine folklore. The region became a crossroads of spiritual ideas while retaining its distinct character. Christianization. Chapels on peaks and memory in valleys. Christianity reached the Alps gradually. Missionaries climbed mountain passes, built chapels on former sanctuaries, and blessed springs already considered sacred. Conversion was slow, layered, and half symbolic. But ancient traditions persisted. Midwinter fires. Rituals for livestock. Offerings at springs. Reverence for mountain tops. Legends of protective spirits. Songs about nature forces. Even today, wayside shrines, festivals, and mountain processions reflect older layers beneath Christian forms. The Alps themselves helped preserve memory. Their isolation shielded traditions, allowing pagan elements to survive quietly within folk customs. A sleep-friendly closing, twilight in a mountain valley. Imagine now a quiet valley in the ancient Alps. Twilight drapes the peaks in soft lavender light. The last warmth of the sun lingers on the stones. A cool breeze moves down the slopes, carrying the scent of pine and fresh snow. A small herd of goats grazes on a meadow, bells chiming gently with each movement. A river rushes through the valley floor, cold, clear, ancient. Its sound is soothing, steady, like an old voice repeating a familiar story. You follow a path toward a hidden spring. Water bubbles up from the rock, pure and cold. Someone long ago left a smooth stone on its edge, an offering, simple and sincere. The mountains loom above you, immense yet peaceful. Snow rests softly on their peaks. Their presence is steady, grounding, timeless. This is Alpine paganism. A spirituality of height and depth, stone and silence, reverence and endurance. A religion shaped by mountains that touch the sky and valleys that cradle memory. Let the cold, clear air calm your thoughts. Let the mountains hold you gently. Let the quiet ancient valley guide you toward rest. Part 14. The Danubian and Thracian traditions of the Balkan heartlands. In the broad heartlands of southeastern Europe lies a region shaped by the winding Danube River, endless plains, rugged mountains, and deep, echoing valleys. Before Christianity spread across the Balkans, before Slavic migrations and Byzantine influence transformed the cultural landscape, these lands were home to ancient people whose beliefs were among the oldest and most enigmatic in Europe. The Danubian cultures, the Thracians, and related tribes such as the Dacians and Gatai. Their religion blended mystery and intensity. The Danube was more than a river, It was a living presence, a divine current running like a silver thread through fields, forests, and villages. The Thracians built sanctuaries on mountaintops and in caves, sang ritual songs with hypnotic rhythms, participated in ecstatic rites, and held beliefs about the afterlife that struck ancient Greek writers as both profound and unsettling. They revered horsemen, sun gods, moon goddesses, river spirits, and ancestral heroes whose stories stretched back into the mists of prehistory. This chapter gently guides you into that ancient world. A world of river fog, wind-swept plains, sacred peaks, and rituals illuminated by firelight. Let your breathing slow. Imagine the evening air settling over the Danube Valley, the sound of flowing water soft and steady, and let the ancient Balkans unfold around you like a dream. A land shaped by rivers, plains, and sacred mountains. The Balkan heartlands were defined by dramatic contrasts. Fertile plains alongside the Danube. Dense forests alive with birdsong. The Rhodope Mountains stretching like a dark blue spine. Deep gorges and limestone caves. Fast-flowing tributaries. Grasslands dotted with wild herbs and grazing animals. This environment shaped the spiritual imagination of the region. Rivers symbolized continuity and connection. Mountains symbolized transcendence and mystery. Caves symbolized the passage between this life and another. People lived close to these landscapes, drawing meaning from their beauty and their unpredictability. The Danubian world was a place where nature did not simply surround people, it spoke to them. The deep prehistory of the Danubian cultures. Long before the Thracians, the region housed some of Europe's earliest farming communities. Archaeological sites such as Lepenski Ver and the Vinca culture reveal ritual objects older than the pyramids of Egypt. These early Danubian peoples carved human-like figurines, built temples aligned to the river, placed offerings in hearths and near doorways, saw the river as a source of life and renewal. Their spiritual legacy flowed forward into Thracian traditions, preserving a reverence for water, hearth, and ancestral presence. Thracian religion, a blend of ecstasy and mystery. When Greek travelers encountered the Thracians, they recorded their impressions with awe. Thracian rituals were described as wild, musical, emotional, and deeply connected to the cycles of nature. A pantheon of many faces. Thracian deities were not standardized across the region, but some major figures appear repeatedly. Sabazios, god of sky, horse, and ecstasy. Sabazios was a sky and storm god. He rode a horse across the heavens. His worship involved rhythmic drumming, ecstatic dance, ceremonies symbolizing spiritual ascent. He embodied freedom, motion, and the unbounded energy of the sky. Bendis, goddess of moon, night, and hunt. Similar to Artemis yet uniquely Thracian, Bendis represented the moon in its phases, the rhythm of night, wild nature, protection of women, the magic of shadows. She was depicted with torches, moving between light and darkness. Zalmoxis, god of immortality and the afterlife. Zalmoxis was central to the spiritual life of the Gatai. His followers believed the soul was immortal. Death was not an end but a transition. Communion with the divine brought peace. Greek writers marveled at the serenity of Thracian warriors who believed that death returned them to Zalmoxis. The Thracian horseman, a symbol of heroic power. One of the most enduring images in Balkan spirituality, the Thracian horseman represented protection, victory, The relationship between humans and gods. The journey between worlds. He appeared on countless carved reliefs, always in motion, always guiding or guarding. Sacred mountains, the temples of wind and stone. Thracian tribes held mountaintops as holy places. The Rhodope, Balkan, and Rila mountains contained sanctuaries built from massive stones arranged in precise alignments. These high-altitude temples allowed people to observe the stars, align rituals with solstices and equinoxes, perform rites of purification, connect with deities of sky and fire. Wind was considered a messenger of gods. The thin air carried prayers upward. Some Thracian sanctuaries were carved directly into bedrock. Stairs leading nowhere, altars exposed to open sky, channels carved for libations. Their purpose was cosmic, not practical, a way for humans to step symbolically closer to the heavens. Caves, gateways to the other world. Where mountains symbolized ascent, caves symbolized descent. Thracians believed caves connected to the realm of ancestors. Certain caves housed oracles. Underground waters purified the soul. Initiation rites were performed in darkness. Entering a cave mirrored entering the womb of the earth. Many caves contain traces of ritual fire, pottery, and offerings, small but meaningful acts of devotion. Caves were places of transition between worlds. A seeker entering a cave often emerged changed, carrying new understanding or spiritual insight. The Danube, river of memory and life. For millennia, the Danube carried trade, songs, stories, rituals, migrations, offerings to river spirits. The river's constant flow mirrored the Thracian belief in cyclical time, endings and beginnings flowing into one another. Rituals along the Danube included casting small objects into the water, singing hymns to deities of fertility and renewal, marking seasonal festivals on its banks, seeking healing from river spirits, blessing boats and travelers. The Danube was both a physical and spiritual boundary, a liquid thread tying together the tribes of the region. The role of music, dance, and ecstasy. Thracian spirituality emphasized experience over doctrine. Rituals aimed to shift consciousness, allowing participants to feel the presence of divine forces. Music played a central role, using flutes, drums, lyres, clapping rhythms, synchronized steps. Dances were circular, mirroring cosmic patterns. They were communal, uniting people in a shared emotional and spiritual state. Some Greek writers described Thracian worship as ecstatic, yet this term oversimplifies the practice. Thracian rituals were not chaotic, they were intentional journeys into heightened awareness, allowing the mind to soften and open. Their purpose was to strengthen community, honor the gods, heal emotional wounds, connect the living with ancestors, celebrate seasonal transitions. These rituals fostered a spirituality rooted in rhythm, movement, and presence. The afterlife, a journey of transformation. Thracians believed strongly in the immortality of the soul. Death was not feared, it was embraced as a natural transition. Burial customs reveal a rich belief in the afterlife. Burial mounds rising like gentle hills. Chambers decorated with symbolic artwork. Offerings of food, drink, and tools. Horse burials accompanying warriors. Gold ornaments symbolizing divine light. mounds often aligned with celestial events. Their structures reflected the idea that the dead entered a world governed by cosmic order. Zalmoxis taught his followers to greet death with peace. This belief infused Thracian culture with a calm acceptance of life's cycles. The Dacians and the wolf symbol. To the north of Thrace lived the Dacians, close relatives in language and culture. Their most powerful symbols included the wolf-dragon standard, a wind instrument shaped like a wolf's head with a serpent's body. It represented protection, ancestral guidance, unity, spiritual authority. When the wind passed through it, the banner emitted a haunting, low sound, believed to stir courage in the living and call upon the spirits of the dead. Sacred plants and healing traditions. Thracian healers were renowned in the ancient world. Their knowledge included medicinal herbs of the highlands, ritual baths in mineral springs, purification through smoke, songs used in healing spells. Plants such as mint, rosemary, yarrow, and juniper were used for easing pain, blessing travelers, calming restless spirits, preparing women for childbirth, revitalizing the weary. Healing was holistic, treating body, spirit, and the relationship between a person and their ancestral lineage. Christianization, persistence through transformation. Christianity arrived gradually, often peacefully, but Thracian beliefs did not disappear. Instead, they blended into new forms. Sabazios became associated with St. George. Bendis merged with the Virgin Mary in certain folk traditions. The Thracian horseman survived as a protector figure in villages. Rituals honoring springs continued with new Christian interpretations. Mound burials transformed into saintly hilltop chapels. Even today, Balkan folk festivals include echoes of ancient Thracian rites. Fire dancing, midsummer herb gathering, circular communal dances, springtime river blessings, ancestor nights. The old religion lives beneath the surface, subtle yet enduring. A sleep-friendly closing evening along the Danube. Imagine now a quiet evening along the ancient Danube. Mist curls above the slow-moving water, drifting gently in the warm dusk. Fireflies flicker among reeds and tall grasses. The air carries a cool freshness rising from the river's surface. Across the valley, low hills rise in silhouette softened by twilight. Somewhere in the distance, a shepherd's flute carries a drifting melody. A small offering, a polished river stone, rests on the bank, left by someone seeking blessing or gratitude. A breeze moves through the trees, soft and steady. The river murmurs. Night settles slowly. This is the Thracian and Danubian world. A landscape of rivers and mountains, caves and moonlight, rituals and memory. A spirituality shaped by flowing waters, sacred peaks, and the belief that life continues beyond death in gentle cycles of renewal. Let the calm of the Danube fill your thoughts. Let the soft Balkan twilight guide you toward rest. Part 15. The Baltic pagan traditions of Lithuania, Latvia, and Prussia. On the eastern shores of the Baltic Sea, where dense forests meet windswept dunes and rivers glide quietly through marshes and meadows, some of the last pagan traditions of Europe endured well into the medieval era. For centuries after Christianity spread across the continent, the peoples of Lithuania, Latvia, and Prussia continued to honor their ancestral gods, tending sacred groves, lighting ritual fires, and singing ancient hymns preserved entirely through oral tradition. Here, in the Baltic lands, old beliefs lived longer than almost anywhere else in Europe. Baltic paganism was not a rigid pantheon or a system of fixed myths. It was a living, evolving body of practices grounded deeply in nature. The people saw forests as sanctuaries, rivers as living beings, fire as a symbol of purity and protection, and the sky as a realm filled with powerful deities who governed weather, seasons, and fate. The Baltic world was quiet, green, and contemplative. Its spirituality emphasized harmony, gratitude, and continuity rather than conflict or conquest. This chapter invites you into that gentle, deeply rooted world. Imagine the hush of pine forests at dawn, the scent of resin catching the morning light, the rhythmic sound of waves along the Baltic coast, and the soft chanting of songs that reach back through countless generations. Let your breathing slow as the ancient Baltic landscape unfolds around you. A landscape of forests, rivers, and sacred meadows. The Baltic region was defined by its natural beauty, simple, serene, and monumental in its quietness. The geography included vast pine and birch forests, wetlands rich with bird and plant life, wide, slow-moving rivers like the Neris, Daugavava, and Nemunas, rolling meadows filled with wildflowers, sandy coastlines shaped by steady winds, sacred groves called ulkas, clear lakes believed to host spirits, ancient oaks towering over villages and fields. This environment shaped the Baltic worldview. Nature was not something to conquer. It was something to cooperate with, respect, and cherish. Every river, tree, and meadow carried a spirit. Every shift in season carried meaning. Baltic paganism was, above all else, a religion of place, rooted in soil, water, and sky. A living pantheon rooted in nature. Baltic deities were numerous, layered, and often local. But several major gods and goddesses emerged as central figures across Lithuanian, Latvian, and Prussian beliefs. Dievas, the Sky Father. Dievas was the distant, overarching sky deity. He embodied cosmic order, the structure of the universe, the balance of seasons, the quiet authority of the heavens. Unlike thunder gods or gods of earthly tasks, Dievas seldom intervened directly. His presence was felt in the sky's vastness, in sunlight, in the calm cycles of day and night. Pakunas, the thunder god. Pakunas, akin to Perun or Thor, was one of the most beloved Baltic gods. He represented thunder and lightning, justice, protection of the land, fertility and rain, the triumph of order over chaos. Pakunas traveled in a fiery chariot pulled by goats or horses, hurling lightning stones at evil spirits who disrupted harmony. His voice echoed through summer storms. Despite his fierce imagery, Pakunas was seen as a guardian, strong, honest, and watchful over fields and families. Sol, the sun goddess. The Baltic peoples revered Sol, the radiant goddess of the sun, with deep affection. She embodied warmth, growth, the cycle of day, hope, protection of women and children. Her movement across the sky was imagined as a daily journey by boat or chariot. In Latvian Dana's ancient folk songs, Sol weeps pearls, dances on silver shoes, and blesses the world with gentle light. Lema, goddess of fate. Lema governed destiny, childbirth, and fortune. She decided the course of each human life, the length of one's days, the outcome of key events. Her decisions were final yet compassionate. People honored her in quiet rituals, seeking alignment with her choices. Velnias, spirit of the underworld, earth, and animals. Velnias, or Velns, was not a devil in the Christian sense. He was shepherd of souls, guardian of animals, a wandering spirit connected to forests and marshes, a trickster who assisted or challenged humans. He lived in bogs, caverns, and edges of wild places, embodying the mystery of nature. Sacred groves, the heart of Baltic spiritual life. Baltic religion had no temples made of stone. Its sacred spaces were the altars, forests and groves set apart for prayer and offerings. These groves contained ancient oaks and lindens, fire altars, small wooden idols, stones used for purification, springs with healing reputations. People entered these spaces with humility. They removed their hats, walked slowly, and spoke softly. Cutting trees in sacred groves was forbidden except during rituals, and even then only with reverence. Offerings might include bread, dairy, mead, amber, woven cloth, carved wooden figures. The grove was not just a place of worship. It was a direct encounter with the divine. Fire, symbol of purity and protection. Fire lay at the center of Baltic worship. Ritual fires were lit during solstices, after childbirth, for weddings, during harvest celebrations, to mark seasonal transitions, to bless animals and fields. These fires symbolized the presence of Sol, the power of Pakunas, the cleansing of harmful influences, guidance for ancestors. Baltic tribes kept perpetual hearths in some areas, tended by priestesses. Letting such a fire die was considered a mark of misfortune. Songs and danas, memory carried through melody. One of the richest spiritual traditions of the Baltic peoples is their vast body of danas, short, poetic folk songs surviving mostly in Latvia and Lithuania. These songs contain mythic imagery, agricultural wisdom, cosmic observations, blessings, laments, praise for gods and spirits. Danas often focus on Sol, Lama, and the relationship between humans and nature. Their rhythm is gentle, repetitive, and soothing, ideal for lulling listeners into calm reflection. Singing was not entertainment. It was prayer. It was memory. It was connection. Women sang while weaving, planting, walking, or mourning. Men sang while herding or plowing. Children learned danas from infancy. Through music, Baltic culture preserved its worldview long after Christianization. Rituals of the Baltic year. Baltic paganism emphasized seasonal cycles. Spring, joy and rebirth. Spring rituals invoked blessings for fields and livestock. People offered eggs, herbs, and bread to earth spirits. Birch branches symbolized renewal. Summer solstice, Jonines or Yoni. One of the most important celebrations in the Baltic calendar. Bonfires burned on hilltops. Songs continued through the night. Wreaths of flowers floated down rivers. Couples sought fern blossoms, symbols of luck. Fires were jumped for purification. The night was believed to hold magical energy, bridging worlds. Autumn, harvest and gratitude. Thanks were offered to gods for abundance. Families celebrated together, honoring household spirits and ancestors. Winter, darkness and memory. Winter rituals emphasized endurance, inward reflection, and honoring those who came before. Throughout the year, rituals aim to maintain balance between humans and the natural forces that govern their lives. The Baltic view of the afterlife. The Baltic world saw death as a transition rather than a finality. The soul journeyed to grassy meadows, quiet forests, ancestral lands, peaceful underworld realms governed by Velnias. Grave goods included tools, jewelry, weapons, food, amber, clothing. The dead continued to watch over the living. Families visited graves, lit candles, and sang songs to maintain connection. Some traditions describe the soul traveling across a river, accompanied by birds. Especially the cuckoo or the stork, sacred messengers between realms. Priests, priestesses, and keepers of tradition. Baltic spiritual specialists were Vaidiles, priestesses. Vidalos, priests. Healers. Storytellers. Diviners. Their responsibilities included tending sacred fires, maintaining groves, interpreting omens, leading rituals, blessing marriages, caring for community well-being. The role required vast memorization of songs, myths, and ritual forms. Their presence helped maintain spiritual continuity in a world rapidly changing under foreign influence. Resistance and the long survival of Baltic paganism. While much of Europe converted by the early Middle Ages, the Baltic peoples resisted. German Crusader pressure. Missionary conversion. Political coercion. Lithuania remained officially pagan until 1387, making it one of the last pagan nations in Europe. Even after conversion, old beliefs persisted. Solstice rituals. Songs for Saul and Lama. Offerings at springs. Reverence for oaks and sacred forests. Protective fire rituals. These traditions blended with Christian practices, forming a layered spiritual identity. Baltic paganism survived not through defiance alone, but through the softness of daily practice, small rituals, quiet songs, and the profound memory of nature's presence. A sleep-friendly closing, driftwood and dusk along the Baltic shore. Imagine now a quiet evening on a Baltic shoreline. The sun drifts low over the horizon, casting a soft gold across the water. Waves wash gently over smooth stones and pieces of driftwood scattered along the sand. A warm breeze carries the scent of pine resin and flowering meadows. Behind you, a path winds into a forest of tall birches and oaks. The canopy rustles softly as evening settles in. Somewhere deeper in the woods, a song begins, a slow, soothing Dana, sung to no one and everyone at once. A small ritual fire flickers near the edge of the trees. Its light dances across the trunks, warm and steady. The flames crackle softly, as if whispering stories of Saul's warmth, Pacuna's storms, and Lama's watchful presence. You breathe in the calm air. You listen to the soft rhythm of waves. You feel the stillness of the ancient Baltic world settle around you. This is Baltic paganism. A gentle, enduring spirituality shaped by forest, water, and sun, carried across centuries by song and memory. Let the quiet Baltic shoreline soothe your thoughts. Let the warmth of the ritual fire guide you toward rest. Part 16. The Slavic pagan traditions of Eastern and Central Europe. Across the broad plains, deep forests, and winding rivers of Eastern and Central Europe lived the early Slavic peoples, whose spiritual world was rich with elemental power, ancestral memory, and reverence for nature. Their beliefs grew in lands of birch groves, marshlands, snowy winters, and warm summers filled with the hum of insects and the scent of wildflowers. Before Christianity swept across these regions in the early Middle Ages, Slavic paganism thrived through oral traditions, seasonal rituals, and a worldview that placed balance at the heart of existence. Slavic spirituality was not fully codified into a single pantheon. Instead, it existed as a constellation of regional practices and local gods, shaped by geography and community. Yet common themes emerged everywhere. The importance of fire, the reverence for water, the sacredness of forests, and the belief that spirits inhabited every corner of the natural world. Slavic paganism was intimate, relational, and deeply tied to domestic life as well as the broader rhythms of the land. This chapter draws you into that world. Imagine the soft glow of firelight inside a wooden cottage, snow falling silently outside. Picture tall pines swaying in an evening breeze, and rivers moving slowly under a pale moon. Let your breath slow as we explore the gentle, ancient spirituality of the Slavs. The Slavic environment, a land of forests and rivers. Early Slavic homeland stretched across territories that would later become Poland, Czechia, Slovakia, Belarus, Ukraine, Russia, parts of the Balkans. This region was dominated by pine, oak, and birch forests, marshes and wetlands, slow rivers like the Dnieper, Vistula, and Volga, fertile plains, rolling hills, cold, snowy winters, warm, verdant summers. Nature was the center of Slavic life. With no monumental temples or written scriptures, people turned to the land for guidance, meaning, and spiritual connection. Sacred places were often groves, riverbanks, lakes, springs, hilltops, household hearths. Slavic paganism was a religion of landscape, quiet, immersive, and woven into daily life. A pantheon rooted in elemental forces. Though Slavic deities varied by region, several major gods formed the backbone of their spiritual world. Perun, god of thunder and sky. Perun was the most powerful of the high gods in many Slavic regions. He ruled thunderstorms, lightning, courage, oaths, the welfare of warriors. He lived in oak trees and on mountaintops. When storms rolled across the sky, the Slavs believed Perun was pursuing dark spirits attempting to disrupt the world's balance. Perun was strong, direct, and protective, a guardian of order. Vels, god of earth, water, magic, and the underworld. Vels was Perun's eternal counterpart. He governed rivers, livestock, forests, wealth, poetry and magic. The realm of the dead. Often imagined as a shapeshifter, Vel symbolized the fluidity of natural forces. He had no single form. He appeared as a serpent, a bear, a wolf, a wandering shepherd, a guardian spirit. The cosmic tension between Perun, sky, fire, order, and Vel's, earth, water, mystery, defined Slavic cosmology. Their conflicts were symbolic of seasonal change, storms, droughts, and the cycle of life and death. Mokosh, goddess of women, fertility, and the household. Mokosh was one of the most revered Slavic goddesses. She protected women, childbirth, spinning and weaving, moisture and fertility, household harmony. Her presence was gentle and nurturing. Offerings to Mokosh included cloth, threads, or small symbols of domestic life. Svarog, god of fire and the forge. Svarog embodied celestial fire, craftsmanship, the sun's creative power, the order of the universe. He represented the constructive, disciplined aspect of fire, distinct from the chaotic flames of lightning. Dazbog, the sun god and giver of fortune. Dazbog was associated with sunlight, prosperity, justice, blessings. His daily journey across the sky mirrored human cycles of striving and rest. Lada, goddess of spring, beauty, and harmony. Associated with love, renewal, gentle warmth, planting season. She symbolized the awakening of the earth after long winters. These gods were woven into a cosmology that emphasized duality, harmony, and cyclical renewal. Spirits of nature, the unseen companions. Slavic spirituality relied heavily on belief in spirits, known broadly as duchy. They were not gods, but powerful, morally ambiguous beings tied to specific places or tasks. Domovoi, the house spirit. The domovoi lived beneath the hearth or in the corners of a home. He protected the family, tended to animals, and ensured harmony, unless angered by disorder or disrespect. Families offered him bread, milk, or warm embers. Rusalka, spirit of water. Rusalki were water spirits, sometimes benevolent, sometimes mischievous. They appeared near rivers and lakes during warm months, representing fertility, renewal, the dangerous beauty of water. People approached water respectfully, acknowledging the spirits who guarded it. Leshy, spirit of forests. The Leshy ruled woodland creatures. He could be helpful to respectful travelers, trickster-like toward those who acted with arrogance. He reflected the dual nature of forests, nurturing yet wild. Kikimora, spirit of household disturbance. While the domovoi brought order, the Kikimora brought disorder. She symbolized interruption, illness, the need for household balance. She served as a reminder to maintain harmony in domestic life. Polvik, spirit of the fields. A guardian of crops, appearing at sunrise or twilight. Offerings were made before harvest to ensure good yields. These spirits connected humans to the invisible threads of their environment. Sacred groves and ritual spaces. Like Baltic and Celtic peoples, the Slavs worshipped in natural spaces rather than built temples. Sacred groves, svetilisha, were used for communal gatherings. Sacrifices, often of animals, never humans in Slavic lands. Seasonal festivals. Dances and singing at turning points of the year. Certain trees were considered especially holy. Oaks, connected to Perun. Birches, connected to purity and spring. Lindens, connected to love and domestic blessings. Rivers and springs hosted rituals of purification, divination, offerings of flowers, bread, or candles. Slavic rituals were gentle and deeply connected to the earth. Rituals of the Slavic year. Slavic spirituality moved with the seasons. Spring, Jarilo and rebirth. Jarilo, a fertility deity, symbolized returning vegetation, warmth, hope, youth. Rituals involved singing, wreath-making, and gentle dances to awaken the land. Summer solstice, Cupola night. Cupola night was one of the most magical Slavic festivals. Traditions included lighting bonfires, leaping over flames for purification, floating flower wreaths on rivers for divination, searching for the mythical fern flower, midnight bathing in rivers believed to cleanse and protect. This night symbolized harmony between fire and water. Autumn, harvest and ancestors. People gathered crops, thanked earth spirits, and visited burial mounds. The dead were honored with food offerings and soft songs. Winter, introspection and hearth rituals. During long cold nights, families told stories, honored the domovoi, burned sacred logs for warmth and protection, practiced quiet rituals for balance and hope. The year was a circle of renewal, rest, and gratitude. Divination, magic, and folk healing. Slavic magical practices were subtle and practical. Divination methods included casting rune-like wooden sticks, watching the movement of fire in the hearth, floating objects on water, interpreting dreams, observing bird behavior. Healing practices included herbal baths, incantations sung over water, not magic, binding illness, releasing health, smoke purification with juniper or mugwort. Healers, known as snakari, used knowledge passed down through generations, blending spirituality and practical medicine. The world tree and Slavic cosmology. Slavic cosmology centered around a great cosmic tree, linking three realms. Yav, the world of the living, where humans lived, shaped by daily struggle, joy, work, and ritual. Nav, the world of spirits and the dead, a gentle underworld governed by Vels, accessible through dreams, water, and sacred sites. Prav, the world of divine order, the realm of gods, cosmic patterns, and eternal principles. Life flowed between these realms in cycles. The tree's roots, trunk, and branches symbolized connection, continuity, and balance. Christianization, slow, layered, and incomplete. Slavic conversion to Christianity happened gradually between the 8th and 12th centuries. Yet pagan elements persisted far beyond official conversion. Many customs survived by blending with Christian practices. Cupola became the feast of St. John. Mokosh merged with the Virgin Mary. Vels became St. Nicholas, protector of livestock. Sacred springs became pilgrimage sites. Household spirits blurred into folklore rather than fading entirely. Slavic paganism did not disappear, it drifted gently into folk tradition, preserved in lullabies, rituals, blessings, and seasonal festivals. A sleep-friendly closing, snowlight in a Slavic forest. Imagine now a winter evening in the ancient Slavic lands. Snow falls softly through tall pine branches, settling in silent layers across the forest floor. The air is cold, but the world feels calm and still. You walk toward a small clearing. A wooden cottage sits there, warm light glowing from its window. Smoke drifts upward from a chimney, carrying the scent of pine resin and firewood. Inside, a hearth crackles gently. A domovoi, small, unseen, but protective, keeps quiet watch. You sit by the fire, wrapped in warmth. Outside, the snow continues to drift down, muffling every sound. The forest surrounds you, dark, ancient, protective. The spirits of trees and rivers seem to breathe in the quiet night air. This is the Slavic pagan world. A spirituality of hearth and forest, fire and water, ancestors and gods, woven together in gentle rhythms that continue across centuries. Let the snow-lit forest calm your thoughts. Let the warm hearth guide you toward rest. Part 17. The Anglo-Saxon and Old English pagan traditions. Before the arrival of Christian missionaries in the 7th century, before monasteries rose across the English countryside and the rhythms of the church shaped daily life, the early Anglo-Saxons held a spiritual worldview rooted in nature, kinship, and the unseen forces woven through their world. Their beliefs came from a blend of continental Germanic traditions and older local customs absorbed from the Britons. It was a religion of clearings and hearthfires, of sacred trees and mysterious barrows, of songs sung at feasts and whispered charms spoken over illness or crops. Anglo-Saxon paganism was never recorded in a centralized scripture. It lived instead in poetry, small rituals, place names, and the memories of those who honored the gods through everyday actions. Much of what we know today comes from archaeology, early Christian chroniclers, and later echoes in folklore. Yet from this mosaic, a coherent picture emerges of a gentle, grounded, deeply atmospheric spirituality. One that honored courage, hospitality, family bonds, seasonal cycles, and the quiet presence of spirits in the land. This chapter invites you into that world. Let your breathing slow as you imagine early medieval England. Mist rising over river meadows, oak forests stretching into the horizon, longhouses glowing with warm firelight, and the soft sound of wind over grassy hills where ancestors rest in burial mounds. The landscape of Anglo-Saxon spirituality. Early Anglo-Saxon England was a land of vast oak and beech forests, winding rivers such as the Thames and Trent, marshlands rich with reeds and birds, low, rolling hills, coastal shores shaped by tide and wind, grassy barrows covering older burial sites, fields marked by stone boundaries and wooden fences. This was a world where nature guided life. People lived in villages of timber halls, surrounded by fields and woodlands. The boundaries between human and wild spaces were fluid. The forest provided wood, game, herbs, and spiritual significance. Rivers were highways of travel and sites of ritual. Hills and meadows held ancestral memory. The Anglo-Saxons believed that every place had its own character, its own spirit. To move through the landscape was to move through a world alive with presence. The Anglo-Saxon pantheon, gods of sky, earth, and fate. The Anglo-Saxon gods were closely related to the Norse pantheon but had their own names, attributes, and regional variations. Woden, chief of the gods. Woden, Old Norse Odin, was the most powerful figure in the Anglo-Saxon pantheon. He embodied wisdom, poetry, magic, fate, kingship, the wandering spirit of the wind. He was a seeker of knowledge, a master of charms, and a guide of the dead. Rulers traced their lineage to Woden, reinforcing his role as a source of authority. Woden was not a distant deity. He was imagined as a mysterious presence in storms, in wind sweeping across moorland, in ravens circling above fields. Tuna, god of thunder and strength. Tuna, related to Thor or represented. Courage. Physical protection. Storms. Fertility of fields. Farmers carved his hammer symbol on tools and doorways to protect homes from lightning and bad luck. Thunder was interpreted as Tuna's presence, strong, direct, defending the world from harmful forces. Ty, god of law, honor, and oaths. Ty, cognate of Norse tyr, represented. Justice. Fair combat. Honorable behavior. The binding power of oaths. Tuesday, Ty's day, bears his name. Warriors invoked him before battle, seeking clarity and fairness. Frigg, goddess of home, love, and destiny. Frigg governed. Household harmony. Marriage. Weaving. Foresight. She held knowledge of fate yet rarely revealed it. Her wisdom anchored the domestic sphere, connecting work, family, and spiritual protection. Eastrae, goddess of spring and dawn. Eastrae is attested in early sources as a goddess representing renewal, sunrise, returning light, early spring blossoms. Feasts held in her honor may have involved ritual fires, decorated eggs, and the welcoming of spring birds. Freyr, Freyja, and other Varni-influenced deities. Through cultural overlap with the Norse, the Anglo-Saxons likely honored fertility gods such as Freyr, god of peace, crops, and prosperity. Freyja, goddess of love, beauty, and magic. These gods shaped agricultural rituals and household blessings. Spirits of land, water, and home. Beyond the gods, Anglo-Saxon spirituality placed great importance on wights, spirits inhabiting natural spaces. Land wights, land spirits. These spirits lived in forests, hills, ancient trees, boundary stones. Travelers offered respect when passing through unfamiliar places. Water spirits. Rivers, springs, and wells each had guardians. Offerings such as coins, small carved items, food, herbs, were placed in water to ask for safety or healing. Household spirits. Much like the Slavic domovoi, the Anglo-Saxon house spirit watched over the hearth. Livestock. Daily tasks. Maintaining a clean, orderly home honored this unseen guardian. These spirits made the world feel animated, intimate, and interconnected. Sacred trees, stones, and groves. The Anglo-Saxons revered trees, especially oaks, ash, hawthorn, yew. Certain trees served as sites for oaths, offerings, divination rituals, community gatherings. Groves functioned as temples. The wildness of these places heightened the spiritual atmosphere. Stones were also sacred, particularly boundary stones or standing stones inherited from earlier cultures. These mark thresholds between human space and the spirit world. Rituals of the Anglo-Saxon year. The Anglo-Saxon calendar included festivals marking seasonal transitions. Modronit, Night of the Mothers. Celebrated at midwinter, this festival honored female ancestors and protective spirits. The night emphasized renewal, blessing of households, ancestral guidance. Wreatha's festival, early spring. Wreatha, a goddess of victory or strength, was honored with offerings and celebrations welcoming the light. Eastray's festival, spring. Linked to fertility and the first signs of growth. Decorations likely included eggs, flowers, and sunrise rites. Midsummer, Litha. Fires burned on hilltops to protect crops, homes, and livestock. Nature was at its peak. Harvest, Hlaethmaes, loaf mass. An early medieval Christian term that preserved remnants of pagan harvest rites. Blessing bread, thanking earth spirits, and honoring abundance. Winterfylleth, blood month. Used for animal sacrifices and preparations for winter. Offerings acknowledged gratitude and sought protection during long nights. These festivals created a rhythmic spiritual life tied to weather, food cycles, and community. Magic, charms, and healing traditions. Anglo-Saxon magic, witchcraft, was gentle, practical, and widely accepted. Healing charms. People recited poetic charms over wounds, fevers, childbirth, animal ailments. Many charms blended Christian and pagan elements later on, demonstrating continuity. Herb lore. Anglo-Saxons held deep botanical knowledge. Mugwort for protection. Plantain for healing wounds. Betony for spiritual purification. Healers combined plants with incantations to strengthen their effect. Runes and symbolic writing. Runes held magical meaning, carved onto tools, weapons, amulets, wooden staves. Each rune symbolized a force in nature, used for guidance or protection. Ancestor reverence and burial traditions. Anglo-Saxon burial practices reveal a strong belief in honoring the dead. Graves often included weapons, jewelry, food, tools, beads, amulets. Burial mounds, lau, dotted the landscape, reminders of ancestral presence. People visited these sites during festivals, acknowledging the continuing bond between living and dead. Ancestor reverence offered comfort, protection, a sense of continuity. The dead were close, never distant or forgotten. Christianization, gradual integration, and gentle persistence. Christianity came to Anglo-Saxon England through missions from both Rome and Ireland. Yet conversion was gradual and often harmonious. Pagan customs blended seamlessly with new Christian practices. Eastray's imagery influenced Christian Easter celebrations. Sacred wells became holy healing springs. Groves became sites for churches while preserving local reverence. Seasonal festivals survived under Christian names. Charms merged with prayers. This syncretism created a uniquely English spirituality, layered, soft, and deeply rooted in nature. A sleep-friendly closing, mist over an early English meadow. Imagine now an early morning in ancient Anglo-Saxon England. Mist drifts across a meadow of tall grasses, each blade sparkling faintly with dew. A river winds quietly nearby, reflecting the pale light of dawn. In the distance, a wooden hall sits on a low hill. Smoke rises gently from its roof, carrying the scent of warm hearth fires. Inside, a family begins their day, voices soft, movement slow. The household spirit watches from the shadows, calm and protective. An old oak tree stands near the hall, its branches reaching wide. Offerings from the previous night rest at its roots, small tokens of gratitude for protection and harvest. Birdsong begins in the trees. The wind moves gently over the land, whispering stories felt but not spoken. This is the Anglo-Saxon pagan world. A spirituality of hearth and meadow, storm and sky, memory and kinship, woven quietly into daily life. Let the mist settle around your thoughts. Let the early English morning guide you toward rest. Part 18. The Celtic Christian transition and the fading of the old pagan ways. Across the western fringes of Europe lies a landscape shaped by sea and stone, mist and memory. Ireland, Scotland, Wales, Cornwall, the Isle of Man, and Brittany hold some of the deepest layers of ancient spirituality on the continent. Their windswept coastlines, green hills, and quiet valleys were once home to Celtic pagan traditions rooted in nature, poetry, and the cycles of the land. But unlike many other regions, the conversion of these lands to Christianity unfolded not through the extinguishing of the old ways, but through a slow, intricate weaving together of new belief and ancient memory. This chapter explores that transition. A gentle yet profound shift in worldview, where Celtic saints attended to wells once dedicated to goddesses, Christian monks wrote gospels illuminated with symbols learned from earlier mythic traditions, and sacred sites continued to hold meaning long after their formal religious identity had changed. It is a story of continuity as much as change, of resilience as much as transformation. Let your breathing slow. Imagine mist rolling across a green hillside at dawn, the call of seabirds overhead, and the quiet presence of something ancient lingering in the air. Let the Celtic world unfold softly around you. The last flourishing of Celtic paganism. Before Christianity took root, Celtic spirituality in the British Isles and Brittany was characterized by reverence for nature, sacred groves and hilltops, veneration of wells and springs, skilled poets known as fillid, oral tradition, a rich mythic cosmology, a belief in otherworldly realms interwoven with daily life. The Celtic world saw no sharp boundary between the physical and spiritual. Streams could reveal omens. Hills could house the spirits of heroes. The other world was not far away, it shimmered beneath the surface of ordinary places. Even as Christianity began to spread, this worldview persisted, shaping the character of the new religion that took root. The arrival of Christianity, a gentle approach. Christianity came to the Celtic world differently than it did to much of Europe. Instead of military conquest or political enforcement, it arrived primarily through wandering missionaries, monastic communities, traders, diplomacy, stories carried across the sea by travelers. St. Patrick in Ireland, Saints Ninian and Columba in Scotland, St. David in Wales, and countless lesser-known figures walked into pagan regions not as conquerors, but as teachers and neighbors. They did not tear down sacred places. Instead, they blessed them. They did not forbid old practices. Instead, they transformed them. They recognized the sacredness of the land and wove Christian meaning gently into existing traditions. This approach created a uniquely Celtic Christianity, deeply rooted in nature, poetry, and a sense of mystery. Sacred wells, from goddesses to saints. One of the most remarkable aspects of Celtic Christian transition was the transformation of sacred wells. Before Christianity, wells and springs were honored as sites of healing, prophecy, protection, offerings. Goddesses such as Brigid, Bowen, Coventina, and Sulis presided over waters that were seen as thresholds to the other world. After Christianization, the wells remained sacred. The rituals continued. The goddesses transformed into saints. The offerings became prayers. Saint Bridget of Kildare is the clearest example. A Christian saint whose attributes almost entirely mirror those of the older goddess Bridget. Her sacred flame continued to burn at Kildare for centuries, tended by nuns as pagan priestesses once tended holy fires. The line between old and new blurred, forming a layered spirituality grounded in continuity. Monasteries as new sacred centers. Celtic monasteries grew in places that earlier Celts had already recognized as spiritually charged. Islands, hilltops, river bends, ancient gathering sites, former sanctuaries. Examples include Skellig Michael, Iona, Glendalough, Clonmac Noise, St. David's Head. These monasteries were not fortresses of doctrine. They were places of prayer, scholarship, hospitality, artistic creation, connection to landscape. Their round towers and stone cells blended with hills and cliffs as though they had grown from the earth itself. The monks who lived there practiced a Christianity that retained much of the Celtic reverence for solitude, wilderness, and natural quiet. The role of poets, druids, and the Fylid. Before Christianization, druids and Fylid were central to Celtic spiritual life. Druids were priests, judges, keepers of tradition, astronomers, interpreters of signs. Fylid were poets, genealogists, ceremonial performers, keepers of oral histories. When Christianity arrived, druids gradually faded, but Fylid adapted. They became Christian poets, preserving old stories in new forms. This is why so many Celtic myths, including the Ulster Cycle and the Mabinogion, survive. Christian scribes recorded them, sometimes adding Christian framing but leaving the core of the stories intact. Through this literary bridge, the voice of the old religion continued to echo long into the Christian period. Celtic Christianity, a blended spirituality. Celtic Christianity developed distinctive features that reflected its pagan heritage. 1. A deep love of nature. Celtic monks wrote prayers praising rivers, mountains, storms, animals, stars, seasons. They saw the natural world as a book in which God's presence was written. 2. A thin boundary between worlds. The Celtic Christian worldview maintained the idea that the divine was close. Angels and saints walked the land. Holy places acted as portals between realms. This mirrored the pagan concept of the other world. 3. Pilgrimage as exile for love of God, peregrinatio. Monks traveled by simple boats to remote islands, imitating earlier Celtic journeys to the other world. 4. Artistic synthesis. Manuscripts such as the Book of Kells display swirling patterns, intricate knotwork, animal symbolism, spirals and triskiel forms, all inherited from Celtic pagan art. 5. Female saints in prominent roles. Saints Bridget, Ite, Winifred, and others played roles similar to earlier goddesses. Christianity embraced the feminine sacred rather than suppressing it. Seasonal festivals, old traditions under new names. The Celtic year revolved around four major festivals: Samhain, Imbolc, Beltane. Lughnasadh. Christianity did not suppress these celebrations. Instead, it reframed them. Samhain, All Saints and All Souls Days. The thinning of the veil remained central. Imbolc, St. Brigid's Day. Brigid's sacred flame continued to symbolize renewal. Beltane, May Day. May flowers and protective fires persisted. Lughnasadh, Lammas. Harvest blessings remained at the core. In every season, the Christian year retained shadows of the older, earth-centered rhythms. The fading of paganism, a slow, gentle transformation. Celtic paganism did not disappear abruptly. Instead, it softened into folk practices over many centuries. People continued to tie ribbons on sacred trees, leave coins in holy wells, consult seasonal omens, observe solstices, sing old songs, carry protective charms, honor ancestral places. Christian priests sometimes tolerated these acts, sometimes discouraged them, but rarely succeeded in eradicating them entirely. By the High Middle Ages, Celtic paganism as an organized system had faded. Yet its presence persisted quietly in the landscape, in folklore, and in the hearts of communities who saw no contradiction in holding memory and faith together. A sleep-friendly closing, twilight in a Celtic valley. Imagine now a quiet valley in Ireland or Wales at twilight. Mist gathers in soft folds over green fields. Sheep graze lazily on the slopes. A narrow stream winds through the valley, reflecting the soft pink of the evening sky. Near the water's edge stands an old well, its stones covered in moss. A few coins glimmer beneath the surface, left by pilgrims, wanderers, and villagers who still feel the gentle pull of gratitude or hope. A small chapel stands nearby, its door open, candlelight flickering within. You feel the presence of layers of time. The old goddess who once guarded the well. The saint who blessed it. The countless hands that touched its water across centuries. The land is quiet, watching, remembering. This is the Celtic Christian transition. A blending of old and new, earth and heaven, myth and faith, woven into one continuous, calming presence. Let the soft Celtic twilight settle into your thoughts. Let the gentle mingling of traditions guide you toward rest. Part 19. The Norse conversion and the twilight of the northern gods. In the far north, where fjords cut deeply into ancient stone and snow-covered mountains rise like quiet giants against the sky, the old gods of the Norse people once shaped every aspect of life. Thor's thunder rolled across summer storms. Odin's wisdom drifted through poems and runes. Freya's blessing ripened fields of barley. Freyja's tears softened the world with beauty and desire. Spirits lived in waterfalls, woods, and the hearths of longhouses. The dead traveled to halls of ancestors or to distant fields of peace and shadow. But by the late 10th and early 11th centuries, the world of the Norse was changing. Traders, raiders, kings, and poets traveled widely, touching lands where Christianity had already taken root. Monarchs sought alliances with Christian kingdoms. Missionaries arrived slowly, then persistently. And over generations, the old ways, rich in ritual and story, met the new music of Christian bells. This is not a story of sudden overthrow, nor of violent conquest alone. It is a story of transition, of weaving, of negotiation between belief systems. It is a story of twilight, where the old gods step back not with a scream, but with a long, quiet fading, leaving echoes that remain even today in customs, landscapes, and memory. Let your breath slow, Imagine the soft evening light on a Scandinavian coast. Water lapping gently against a wooden pier, distant mountains dissolving into mist, and the quiet sense that the world is both ancient and renewing itself. The Norse world before conversion. Before Christianity took hold, Norse spirituality was deeply connected to honor and kinship, ritual feasts, sacred landscapes, runes, burial mounds, stories of gods and heroes, the unpredictable forces of nature. The religion was not centralized. There were no temples akin to those of Greece or Rome. Worship happened in longhouses, groves, stone circles, natural clearings, seaside bluffs, seasonal gatherings. Key deities included Odin, god of wisdom, magic, poetry, and fate. Thor, thunder god, protector of humanity. Freyja, goddess of love, magic, and the afterlife. Freya, god of fertility and peace. Tyr, god of justice. Njord, god of sea and wealth. Frigg, goddess of foresight and home. Ancestral spirits, land veti, and household spirits, Disea, were honored alongside the major gods. Rituals were practical and personal, giving thanks for harvests, blessing newborns, honoring the dead, and seeking protection before voyages. This world was layered with meaning, alive with presence. The turning tide, contact with Christian Europe. Beginning in the 8th century, Norse people traveled across Europe, encountering Christianity in Ireland and Scotland, Francia, Anglo-Saxon England, the Baltic region, Byzantine lands. Some came as traders, some as warriors, some as explorers. They saw stone churches, monasteries, kings who viewed Christianity as legitimacy, trade rules tied to religion, communities united under shared doctrine. Christian ideas arrived not as abstract teachings, but as part of political and economic networks. When Norse leaders saw the advantages of aligning with Christian rulers, they began to consider conversion not only as a spiritual choice but as a diplomatic and strategic one. The role of kings in the conversion. Unlike earlier missionary work in other regions, Norse conversion often began at the top of society, through kings who recognized the benefits of adopting Christianity. Harald Bluetooth and Denmark. Around the late 10th century, King Harald Bluetooth famously proclaimed that he had converted the Danes to Christianity. Historical reality was slower and more gradual than the inscription suggests, but Harald's reign marked a turning point. Churches appeared. Missionaries worked under royal protection. Pagan sacrifices were discouraged. Olaf Tryggvason and Olaf Haraldsson in Norway. In Norway, conversion was more turbulent. Kings Olaf Tryggvason and, later, Olaf Haraldsson, Street Olaf, used persuasion, diplomacy, and at times force to encourage Christian practice. Their efforts included building churches, outlawing certain sacrifices, educating future leaders in Christian customs, enforcing Christian marriage and burial. Yet even these efforts took generations to fully settle. Rural communities continued to honor the old gods in quiet ways long after official conversion. The Icelandic Althing and the Compromise of 1000 CE. Perhaps the most peaceful conversion occurred in Iceland. Faced with political tensions between pagan and Christian factions, the Althing, Icelandic parliament, made a remarkable choice. They voted to adopt Christianity as the official religion while allowing pagan worship to continue privately for a time. This compromise avoided civil war and preserved social unity. It reflects the pragmatism of Norse culture, choosing stability over ideological division. How paganism faded, blending, softening, and remembering. The conversion was not a clean break. It was a slow blending. 1. Sacred sites became churches. Many churches were built on former sacred groves, burial mounds, ritual feasting sites, thing sites, political and religious meeting places. Old associations remained in memory. 2. Festivals continued under new names. Norse seasonal celebrations were reinterpreted. Yule became Christmas. Ostara-like spring rites merged with Easter. Midsummer blot blended with St. John's Day. Harvest feasts merged with autumn saints' festivals. The structure of the year remained deeply pagan beneath Christian framing. 3. Old gods became stories rather than objects of worship. Sagas, written centuries later by Christian Icelanders, preserved the old myths with remarkable detail, suggesting affection rather than rejection. Odin, Thor, Freyja, and Loki continued to live in narrative memory, though no longer in ritual practice. 4. Magic became folklore. Practices such as rune carving, protective charms, weather magic, household rituals continued discreetly, now framed as folk custom rather than religion. 5. Land and ancestral spirits remained central. Belief in spirits of land and home persisted far beyond Christianization. Farmers still honored house spirits, avoided disturbing burial mounds, left small offerings at hidden places, respected certain trees and stones. This indicates a spiritual continuity rarely acknowledged in written history. The emotional and cultural dimensions of twilight. For many Norse people, the fading of the old gods was not a moment of rupture. It felt more like twilight, soft dimming, the closing of a long chapter, the quiet acknowledgement that the world had shifted. Some communities likely blended beliefs for generations. Others held on to pagan practices until isolated elders were the last living practitioners. And some found comfort in the structure and hope of Christianity, integrating it seamlessly into their worldview. Christianity offered forgiveness, eternal life, community unity, literacy and new forms of art, political alliances. Yet paganism offered ancestral identity, intimacy with land, tradition, poetry and story, a sense of cosmic interconnection. Many people held both for a long time. The twilight of Norse paganism was not a defeat. It was a transformation, like the setting of a sun that would rise again in memory, art, and cultural heritage. Christianization's unique Norse flavor. Northern Christianity developed traits unlike that of Southern Europe. 1. The embrace of nature. Even after conversion, Norse Christianity cherished mountains, forests, winter light, open seas. The natural world remained central to spirituality. 2. Storytelling and the sagas. The great Icelandic sagas, written by Christian authors, reflect a deep respect for ancestors, moral complexity, appreciation for fate and honor, Echoes of pagan myth. The old stories remained alive through narrative, not ritual. 3. Persistent folk beliefs. Belief in elves, trolls, land spirits, and protective ghosts continued well into the modern era, gentle reminders of the older worldview. 4. The coexistence of runes and the cross. For centuries, Norse people carved runes alongside Christian symbols. Runes became inscriptions of identity rather than magical tools, but they did not vanish. The afterlife, a transformation of cosmic geography. Norse beliefs about the afterlife shifted gradually. Before Christianity, Valhalla, Folkvanga, Hell, and ancestral halls. Reincarnation within families. Soul travel through dreams. After Christianity, heaven and hell framed the spiritual landscape. Ancestral memory remained important. The dead were still felt close to home. Burial mounds retained significance as sacred landmarks. The transition blended hope for salvation with memory of older cosmic cycles. A sleep-friendly closing, evening on a Norse shore. Imagine now a quiet evening on a Scandinavian shore 1,000 years ago. A longship rests on the beach, its dragon-headed prow silhouetted against the soft glow of sunset. Waves lap gently at the hull, rhythmic and slow. Behind you, a small wooden church stands on a hill, its door open, candlelight flickering warmly within. Further up the slope rests an older sacred grove, tall pines moving gently in the evening breeze. A mound lies nearby, covered in grass, marking ancestors who lived long before the new faith arrived. Between the church and the grove stretches a footpath worn by countless footsteps, pagan and Christian, old and new, woven together over generations. The air is calm. The sky shifts from gold to soft lavender. The land holds layers of story, memory, and quiet transformation. This is the Norse conversion. A twilight where the old gods step back with dignity. Where new beliefs settle gently. And where the landscape remembers everything. Let the soft northern dusk guide you toward rest. Let the quiet mingling of old and new soothe your thoughts. Part 20. The Great Conversion of Europe and the Last Echoes of Paganism. Across the vast expanse of Europe, its valleys, forests, riverlands, mountains, and coastlines, countless pagan traditions once flourished, each shaped by local landscapes, languages, and ways of life. From the icy fjords of Scandinavia to the sun-warmed fields of Iberia, from the Baltic forests to the Celtic shores, from Slavic plains to the Alps, every region held its own spiritual rhythm. These beliefs were diverse, rich, and deeply intertwined with nature. But between the 4th and 14th centuries, Europe underwent one of the most profound cultural transformations in its history, the gradual spread of Christianity. This shift rearranged the continent's systems of meaning, its rituals, its social structures, and its understanding of life and death. Yet it did not happen all at once. Nor did it erase what came before. Instead, over centuries, pagan practices blended, softened, and echoed through new forms, creating a layered spiritual landscape that persists even today. In this final part, we step back from individual traditions and look at the broader story of Europe's conversion, a story of gentle transitions and subtle resistances, of political choices and personal devotion, of old beliefs fading softly into folklore, and of landscapes that remember far more than we usually imagine. Let your breath slow. Picture the entire continent as twilight passes over it, rivers glistening in late light, mountain peaks fading into shadow, cities and villages settling into stillness. This is the setting of our closing reflection. The spread of Christianity, a patchwork of timelines. Christianization unfolded unevenly. Some regions converted early, others resisted for centuries. Early converts, 4th to 6th centuries. The Roman Empire adopted Christianity in the 4th century. Urban centers in Italy, Spain, Gaul, and the Balkans quickly followed. The Celtic fringes began engaging with Christianity through monastic networks. Middle converts, 7th to 10th centuries. Anglo-Saxon kingdoms adopted Christianity through royal alliances and monastic missions. Ireland, Scotland, and Wales developed distinct Christian cultures retaining Celtic elements. Germanic peoples east of the Rhine slowly integrated Christian belief. Late converts, 10th to 14th centuries. The Norse world converted through a mixture of royal decrees, political reform, and peaceful compromise. Slavic regions underwent conversion through diplomacy, royal marriages, and adaptation of liturgy. The Baltic peoples, Lithuanians, Latvians, and Prussians, held onto their pagan traditions longer than any other major European group, with Lithuania officially converting in 1387. The process was not uniform. Some villages practiced Christianity publicly while continuing pagan rites privately for generations. In many places, conversion resembled tidewater rather than a tidal wave, slowly covering the landscape, sometimes receding, then rising again. Why people converted, a tapestry of motivations. The reasons for conversion were complex and varied widely. 1. Political alliances and stability. Rulers saw Christianity as a path toward diplomatic ties, literacy, legal systems, improved trade, connections to powerful Christian kingdoms. Adopting Christianity brought legitimacy and unity. 2. Cultural exchange and curiosity. As people traveled, traded, and intermarried, they encountered Christian ideas. Missionaries brought stories, songs, and the promise of new forms of community. 3. Protection and social harmony. Many converted because their leaders did. Others converted because communities valued cohesion. 4. Personal devotion. Some individuals found hope, comfort, or meaning in Christian teachings about forgiveness, eternal life, or spiritual equality. 5. Gradual familiarity. In many regions, Christianity blended over time with existing customs, making the transition feel natural. Conversion was rarely about sudden revelation. It was about subtle shifts in worldview, relationship, and belonging. How pagan tradition survived, the quiet echoes. Even as Christianity became dominant, pagan traditions persisted in gentle, everyday ways. 1. Seasonal festivals. Many Christian holidays are layered over older celebrations. Christmas shares roots with midwinter Yule celebrations. Easter overlaps with spring renewal festivals. All Saints and All Souls Days reflect Samhain traditions. Midsummer remains tied to solstice fire rituals. The bones of the old year remained beneath Christian liturgical rhythms. 2. Sacred places with new names. Springs, mountains, and groves remain sacred, even when rededicated to saints. Holy wells, hilltop chapels, mountain shrines, stone circles nearby churches. People continued to visit these places for healing, protection, and prayer. 3. Household and land spirits. Belief in spirits of home and land, domovoi, brownies, tomt, kobolds, persisted in folklore across Europe. These beings reflect ancient animistic worldviews hidden beneath Christian moral framing. 4. Folk magic. Herb lore, protective charms, and divination quietly continued. Tying ribbons to trees. Blessing livestock. Burning herbs. Interpreting dreams. Wearing amulets. Christian symbols often merged with older techniques. 5. Mythic memory. Stories of gods, heroes, giants, and fairies remained alive. Norse sagas. Celtic myths. Slavic folktales. Baltic songs. Greek and Roman legends. These stories kept pre-Christian values, fears, and hopes alive. The ethics of reciprocity, a shared value. Across Europe's pagan traditions, one idea appears over and over again. Reciprocity. This is the concept that humans owe respect to the land. Spirits respond to reverence. Relationships must be balanced. Offerings express gratitude. Harmony is maintained through mutual care. This ethic did not disappear with conversion. It simply softened into Christian charity, community care, stewardship of land, ritual hospitality, seasonal customs. Europe's Christianized culture absorbed pagan ethics and carried them forward. The disappearance of pagan priesthoods. As the old religions faded, their priesthoods faded too. Druids in Celtic lands. Vola and Gore in Norse communities. Flamenic priests in Rome. Runesmiths and wise men of Germanic tribes. Vidilos and Vadiles in the Baltic world. Shamans and seers across Slavic and Finnic cultures. Their roles dissolved into Christian clergy, poets and storytellers, herbalists, midwives, village elders. The functions persisted even when the titles vanished. Women in the transition, weavers of memory. Throughout Europe, women were often the keepers of pagan custom, tending household spirits, healing rituals, birth and death ceremonies, herb lore, seasonal songs. Many of these duties continued quietly after conversion. Even when official doctrine discouraged certain practices, women maintained traditions in homes, fields, and villages, passing them down through generations. The landscapes that still hold echoes. Even now, traveling through Europe reveals the memory of its pagan past. Mountains with holy sites. Peaks once associated with storm gods now crowned with small churches. Rivers that bless and cleanse. Pilgrims still immerse themselves in waters revered long before Christianity. Forests with spirit legends. Fairies, sprites, and guardians persist in stories. Stones and barrows. Burial mounds and standing stones remain landmarks of ancestral worlds. Europe's land remembers. Even when human memory fades, the landscape does not. The psychological shift from cycles to salvation. The conversion of Europe involved not just new rituals, but new understandings of time and meaning. Pagan worldview. Time is cyclical. Seasons repeat eternally. The world renews itself. Death is transition. Nature is sacred. Gods participate in world rhythms. Christian worldview. Time is linear. History has a beginning and an end. Salvation is central. The world is a stage for divine narrative. Human life has eternal consequences. These two worldviews overlapped for centuries, creating a spiritual blend unique to Europe. The last pagans of Europe. Some groups held on to pagan traditions into the later Middle Ages. Sami shamans of northern Scandinavia. Baltic tribes until the 14th century. Remote Slavic communities. Pockets of Western Ireland and Scotland. Mountain villages in the Alps and Carpathians. Romuva and Dievturi revivals in Baltic lands. Folk magicians across Eastern Europe. Though official conversion was complete, lived religion remained diverse. A sleep-friendly closing, a sunset over all of Europe. Imagine now the entire continent beneath the soft light of sunset. From the fjords of Norway to the olive groves of Greece, from the Celtic cliffs to the Slavic plains, from the Alps to the Baltic shores, the land settles into quiet. The wind moves gently through forests that once held sacred groves. Rivers reflect the fading sunlight, carrying stories of offerings long forgotten. Mountains stand steady, watching centuries pass like slow-moving clouds. Villages glow with the warm light of hearth fires. Church bells ring in distant hills, new melodies rooted in ancient soil. Across this vast landscape, the spirits of old traditions linger softly. Not as gods demanding rituals, but as memories woven into land, culture, and story. Europe at twilight holds everything that came before. The old rhythms of nature. The new rhythms of faith. The people who lived between these worlds. And the quiet continuity that binds them together. Let this calm, ancient twilight settle gently into your mind. Let the long memory of the land guide you toward rest.